At some point, I'll disappear for like a minute because tea, but otherwise, yep, I'm here.
Same. I ordered food. I'm gonna go to the door in a few minutes, but that's just short.
Well then, I guess that's fine. In any case, welcome all of y'all once again to Pathfinder after 2, 3 weeks without games.
It has been a hot second.
Yeah, I don't know how
It
that
happened.
works.
Illnesses and such.
Oh yeah, illnesses, aches, headaches, body aches, all kinds of aches. All kinds of things have been going on making the games not happen, but now the game is happening, so hooray. Um, I think it's prudent that we start catching up on what we have last done previously. Before we do that, everyone, please go on ahead and reset your hero points to 2 points.
Yep.
So last time around, a bunch of things have been going on here at Solfok. Namely, this here group have left the Academy of Merging, or not left, but took a little bit of time off after finishing the exam at the end of the past month, during which all of you passed, despite a little excursion eastwards to go see a tower and an underground dungeon and all kinds of nonsense, and hijacking some of your fellow classmates with you. Then on your way back, sorry, on your way back, you had the exam, passed it, and with a little bit of break time that the academy gave you before the next term began, you decided to go elsewhere. You made your way to the city of Merging itself, had yet another encounter with the. Actually, you didn't have an encounter at all, but you did see the Elder Watcher watching from afar. You know him, the guy, the man, the boy. And then
Yeah. Dragonborn.
you went to the Castenball Manor where you met Frau Castenball. She has a name. It is somewhere in my notes. But I don't think I ever gave you her name.
I don't think you did either.
No, you didn't. No.
We're not on a first name basis with her. Well, not even a last name basis with her for some of us.
That is true. All of you have been only on a last name basis.
Well, only one of us has spoken to her.
True, technically. Because as some of the group was being pulled away to finish off some assignments that you have been given off by professors that were coincidentally also there in Mergen during the weekend, I believe it was Lex and Nick Knack were pulled away towards Merging, or Lex and Vice. I think.
I think I was pulled away, but only when we got back into town.
Nonetheless, Lex went in to talk with Frau Kestenbaum herself, as was someone else that was there. You heard talk of a whole skullduggery scheme that opportunity rather that had presented itself in the city of Belden to the south, and you decided, well, maybe we shouldn't get involved with it after you had some time to reconvene and talk to your party mates. That is until a little bit later when Mr. Jurgenod, Professor Jurgenod even, showed up and said that you needed to pay your tuition for this month in the academy. You managed to convince him to forego the cost of tuition, your monthly fees, in exchange for doing something else. And he said that if you could slay all of the titans that you have been assigned to going through slaying, that he would look into doing that for you. So, You made your way to the city of Belden with the intent of slaying the Titan, but since you were on the region already, you decided to look into the skullduggery scheme that Frau Kestenbaum had presented to you all. This scheme was necessarily that a business partner of her had recently passed, and for a month, while the family and attorneys were sorting out who was going to get what and how that's going to go and happen, and also observing some funeral rites, there was a brief period of time during which you could enter this guy's manor, place, house, farm, and try to find some plans and formula and notes on how he was single-handedly managing to make Wordwood himself. You got in there, got attacked by potatoes in his greenhouse, living sentient potatoes that were apparently designed to protect the greenhouse and the whereabouts. The potatoes
Guard
attacked you.
potatoes.
Yeah, guard potatoes. The guard potatoes attacked you, then you attacked the guard potatoes. And at some point, someone had the bright idea of burning the potatoes, but by burning the potatoes, you also burned the rest of the greenhouse with all other plants and flammable things. But it did manage...
Where's that meme of "I'm a genius"? Oh no.
Yes.
However, you did manage to make it out of the greenhouse with the secret notes. But not before setting off a fire and getting some of the rural population of Belden to come and investigate this random fire in the middle of the night, along with gunshots that were fired. And when you saw that yet another protection measure had been activated, a dead tree, dead-looking tree, in the farmyard came to life and started attacking all of the citizens that came to rescue with their buckets of water and such. You felt compelled to return and defend those people that were being ruthlessly attacked by the tree. You did return, defeated the tree, saved the citizens of Belden, and were hailed in as heroes. You got free lodging at the tavern, and a little bit of time to get your affairs in order. You also got to meet, on the way back, with Professor Pitacos, who had just returned with Talon from a trip to Celebron, as the next city south of Belden. Whereupon he said that he was researching into those towers, twin towers of sorts, to the one you found east of Sac, southeast of Sac, where you originally found Talon at. However, there appeared to be some kind of puzzle in this tower that could not be completed because a crucial piece of the puzzle was missing. And as he made his way back, he thought of hiring, or rather getting you into his scheme of further researching the tower. However, you had school to get back to. The last thing you did in Belden was to go off to the west, into the forest, find the Titans, the fire-breathing gorillas, slay them all in a kind of harrowing battle, and also get interrogated by a detective that was trying to figure out just what the heck happened with this fire in Belden. After getting all...
And I didn't lie to him at all.
Yeah, surprisingly none of you lied to him. Afterwards, all of you made your way to... After getting your affairs in order, you made your way back to Merging, also deciding, I think, it was kind of left in the air, but I think the group decided to not hand to Frau Kestenbaum the notes on how to make Wordwood, which involved all clear necromantic druidic rituals to sap the life of other things in the region to fuel one single Wordwood tree that would grow much faster, but was of shoddy quality, and the aforementioned side effect of drawing the life of everything near, including potentially that of the caster himself, because you think that's what caused Frogcast and Bone's business partner early demise. With all of that
Yeah.
sorted out,
Well, we planned on handing her plausible yet useless information that mostly says, don't do this bad.
Yes, I think that was the plan.
Yeah, I killed myself accidentally by doing this. I'm not able to escape the effects.
oh yeah, that is
Oh.
true. You did at some point. I believe you rolled to make a forgery or something like that.
Yep.
Yep. And I totally know that I rolled high. Yep. Wasn't a secret check that I don't know the outcome of.
I did write that down here somewhere. Just don't remember where exactly. Oh, here we go. I found the notes. So
Knick-Knack made a very plausible copy. It was wonderful.
you got to keep the original, which was in a different language, which I believe was Sylvan.
It was.
Yep.
But you made a translation for Frogcast and Bone in common. Of course, you did change a lot of things in the translation, but you made it sound as official as possible. And since there is now a big reported fire in the city of Belden that everyone's going to be talking about, you found it plausible to say that the original was lost, or something to that effect.
The fire.
Correct. That was the plan, yes.
So
That we had no... We won't mention the fire. We'll let them come to that conclusion on their own and act surprised when we find out about it.
or something to that effect, yeah. After that, you made your way back to Mergin, and then back into the academy itself, whereupon you set your sights into the future. What with this upcoming term, what you're going to be studying at, with, and where. And I believe you had your first day of class where you met some of your new classmates, some of which have accompanied you from the past term, and some of which have not passed and have been held back, i.e. Claire. And you also met 2 new transfer students who didn't seem keen on you at all, insofar as to hail the 4 of you as soon as you showed up in the academy as the murderers, or something to that effect.
You murder one person and take their gun, and suddenly you're a murderer.
Yeah.
Psh. I mean, what?
Oh, and you left out the statue.
And the statue, yes, but the statue is more Wildak-centric and less party-centric.
Ah, got it.
Whereas my motor gun has painted you all with the brush of death. I don't know.
Of crimes. But yeah,
I just work here.
laden with a heavy conscience due to the notes don't fly off my hands. With the
No, Doug, we must be free.
laden with the heavy conscience of having kind of collaterally caused a lot of people in Belden to be murderized by a murderous tree, Wildak has been finding it very hard to cope with the fact that the party is the big culprit of all of those deaths that could have been avoided. And once returning to Mergin, he decided then to set himself to correcting that wrong, that big wrong, and helping the community in whatever way he could. And so he decided to take a slight shift of focus from his studies from... what was it? From...
The temple to the sanitarium.
Yeah, but it was theological studies or theological mysticism. Yeah.
Yes.
you changed from studying at the Temple of Theological Mysticism to deepen your cleric studies to the sanatorium where you're trying to heal those wounded and injured. And that is pretty much
Deepen
where
his doctor.
yeah, get a doctorate at the doctor school. And I believe that that's pretty much all that has been going on for this past, all the relevant things that have been going on for this past few games and the weeks we have missed the games at.
Yep, that's it.
Yay.
So
That's all the time we have left for the game today, everyone. Thanks for coming.
don't forget to follow, comment, and subscribe. But nay, the following day comes to, you are greeted by a lovely sunrise, and it is, the beginning of a new term. You all have classes to get to, and unlike the previous term, you don't have a whole lot of research going on that you need to do. The only particular research I've got going on is, well, looking a little bit deeply into the wyverns that apparently are up the mountain that Professor Jurgenod asked you to look into, but also you had your own side research going on about the snake in the underground.
Yee.
That you came up with yourselves. Nobody asked you to look into that, but it thought that it was relevant enough to dedicate some time and energy looking into. So those are the two researches you have got going on. As a matter of fact, even the whole Naga situation, you discovered already what it is. You did some research
Yep.
on that.
Yeah, we figured out that it was a Naga, but that was about it.
Yeah. So yeah, the only research project you currently have is the wyverns. So that's about it. Oh, except also that what with wyverns being what they are, you know precisely that wyverns aren't as mysterious as fire-breathing gorillas or a sonic elk. They're very well documented throughout history, so researching the wyverns will be simpler. You just did not know that wyverns were considered titans, and
Yeah.
for that matter, a lot of people did not know that wyverns were considered titans, especially because they have been around for centuries, and the resurgence of magic, which also brought back titans and those crazy notions, is a much more recent endeavor. So,
Well, there's probably also something related to the fact that an owl bear is apparently a titan too.
yep. So, with that notion in mind, you think it prudent to at least look a little bit more into wyverns, just to really get up to speed on potential changes, to what the hell even is up with them, what with Titan
Oh yeah,
and such.
definitely look them up.
And also you had the Sonic Elk, which never fully got you slay.
Right. Because they're still out there because we didn't get a chance to get it on the way back. But we did the fire-breathing monkeys first.
Yep. And that's it. So, where are you guys going? Or rather, what are you doing with your current day? This week,
Thursday.
yeah, this week has 4 more days of classes, but also, as is common in the month of Fenfer, the month of enlightenment dedicated to the god of knowledge, people just go buck wild with the whole sense of study and learning. So they have declared that this month there will be classes, even on Saturdays and Sundays. So pretty much the whole month is just month of study.
Not that we are required to attend all of them.
Yeah, not required, true, but they are there. So, knowing that there will be classes every single day of the month, you're free to choose to do with your schedules as you will. So, for the remainder of the week, what are the plans?
I would like to go to class to do the things that I was supposed to be doing. And then in the evenings, try to research some on the worms. The wyverns.
What about the rest of you?
It's
sounds
the
like a
same,
plan.
honestly.
Yep.
I'm down.
Okay, classes in the morning and research in the afternoon. Alright.
Yep.
So all of you make your way into class. And I need everyone to roll me a d20.
Just a d20.
Yeah, just a d20. Oh boy.
There's the spread.
Hey.
What a lovely spread.
Get ratioed.
So, funny, interesting things happen with all of you. First is that Wildak, let's start with you.
All right.
You find your way into the sanatorium for your classes for the day. You find the other student who's actually also an intern at the sanatorium, Zvobjan, and as always, he's completely slumped with work. He's just far too busy to actually have the time to teach you much. He just pretty much shows up, looks at you, kind of lingers his sights on you for just a second longer than usual, and he says, "You're a student here, right?" Yeah, I think
Yes.
you are. I gave a briefing to the new students yesterday. You're Patrick, right?
No, Wildak.
Will, alright. I'm horribly busy today. There's patients coming in from Belden. Too much things to look into. So I'm actually going
I'm
to...
gonna put on a movie now, and you can all just sit back.
No. I would like to help with the patients from Belden. You know, I was there when the fire happened, and I do have healing skills.
Alright. He looks around, and you do remember the prior day, Wildak, when Zvobjan was giving the whole brief into what exactly is going to be learning at the sanatorium, and some of the other students were kind of looking not super sure that they wanted to be there. So
Yeah.
that yesterday there was like 10, 15 new prospect students for the sanatorium. Today there's only you and one other girl.
Well, we'll still do it. You know, I'm ready. I'm ready to start.
He looks around. Well, sure. You were Cynthia, right? And the girl next to you, she's much taller than you. She has a stark white hair braided into a very long braid. And you look at her at first with kind of oddity as you try to recognize her. Don't recall her at all. But she really strikes you out as someone different. She's a Symphidine.
Oh, wow.
And it is widely known that Symphidines, they aren't residents of Hosenfell as it is. They're a race of people almost exclusively in Nolan to the west, another continent. So she being here means that she's a transfer student of some kind. She's coming from very far away.
Oh, it's nice to meet you, Cynthia.
And she turns to you, Wildak, looking down at you, and then looking straight ahead at Zobjan and says, actually, my name is Siobhan. You got that wrong. And Zobjan says, sorry. Will and Siobhan, there's only the two of you in the sanatorium today. Well, hopefully you know how to treat lacerations, crushed bones, and burn victims, because that's what we're going to be doing today. So, get to it. You know where the supplies are, and he kind of points at a general direction where there's a supply cabinet of things, and then he just kind of broadly gestures at some beds where all of the other patients are, and he just says, you took care of them. I'll look to other people that need more crucial tending to. Good one. He kind of just gives you a thumbs up,
All right.
turns around.
Don't think of it as a tragedy,
Alright.
Woldak. Think of it as an opportunity to learn.
All right, Siobhan, let's get started. Where do you want to start? And I'll start on the other side.
Actually, I wasn't aware we were going to be treating so many victims at once. Was hoping to have some actual study time. I'll to be fairly honest, I'm new in this whole sanatorium business, so I'll follow your guidance, if that's all right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can work together. It's always makes a task better, and I can show you at least what I know.
Oh, please lead the way then. I'll be right behind you.
All right, we're going to start.
All right, so you just starting going around treating all of the people as best as you can, and Chauvin, she's right behind you doing her best to keep up and also help you along as best as she can. And
Yeah, I keep encouraging her and showing her the things that I know.
but you can clearly tell that Chauvin, she's not necessarily the gets hands dirty kind of girl. She's more of the studious book learning type, but she's trying her best to really get her hands dirty and figure things out as she goes. She doesn't look that skilled a healer, but every help counts.
Yeah, every bit that we do helps. Pass Baron's blessing upon all of these people.
So next up, Vice.
It's me.
You are at the range training with all of your companions, all of your other classmates, and you can see that even though you're kind of now keeping up with the more advanced lessons that Professor Higgle is showing all of you, Ola Wong, your classmate that had been unfortunate and failed his exam, he is still struggling a little bit, especially with a new student that's also there.
Oh boy.
There's this guy, a Sanfedine as well, who is really just swinging wildly. He doesn't seem to have any kind of technique or form at all to his sword fighting. He's just madly unleashing attacks at Ola Wong, and Ola Wong also, whenever he gets rowdy like this, he also just starts swinging wildly. So you just see like there's this whole area of the range that has been closed off because whatever they're doing, they're just really swinging wildly at one another with reckless abandon, and everyone, even anywhere near, can get caught as a collateral damage in their fisticuffs. And yet, despite this danger, there's a lot of people who kind of gather around them to watch this whole spectacle
of
unfolds.
course.
At which point, Valim, he stops kind of sparring with you and he says, "Are we really going to keep doing this? Olawong and the new guy are clearly at odds, and I mean, I don't want to say anything bad about you, Vice. Your form is spectacular and it's amazing to train with you, but it is good to have more training partners to spar with, and we can't just keep fighting you and I. We need the rest of the class, but everyone is there watching the two go at it."
Menacingly.
So,
So what do you propose?
well, either we get in there and sort that thing out ourselves, or we call it a day. And I'm not particularly in the mood to get between two berserking barbarians.
I'll do it then.
Alright. I'll be watching from afar, giving you all the support you need. Just let me know if you need any help.
Now comes the part where I need to figure out what I'm actually going to do.
Well, you teleport behind them and say, Obewa mo shinderu.
Nani?
So, Vice, you put your weapons away as you start walking towards Olawong and this new Symphonine student that are just throwing punches wildly at one another. And even more than throwing punches, every now and then they're making wild spin attacks and just wild lunges that really concerns those that are kind of circling them and the crowd that is watching. Every now and then everyone just goes like, "Woo! Whoa! Come on!" And they keep shouting encouragements and reaction shouts. And when you get close enough, you see that even Professor Higgle is there, kind of just watching.
That's what I was concerned about, honestly, the most. What's he up to? But he doesn't even teach us, he just watches them do whatever they're doing. Perfect.
So have you got any ideas in mind, Vice?
Well, I first of all go and approach the professor and find out what the hell is he doing.
Professor Higgle, who is just watching, he sees you coming in and he says, "Ah, Vice, look at that. The new student, he's quite a beast, isn't he?"
Shouldn't you stop this?
I mean, I should, but come on, it's the lad's first day. Let him have his fun. Look at him. And you see
You do realize that in field, just wild slash is not going to do anything. He needs to learn how. He's here to become a warden. He's doing warden training. What he's doing is going to get him killed, and you should just stop and teach.
He looks up at you, and you see the dwarf rolling his eyes at you and then going, "All right, you're no fun. Okay, everyone, disperse. This has been going on for long enough already. Everyone go back to training, sparring, get your partners, and the two of you knock it off." And you see that Olawong and the Symphonine student don't listen to him at all. They're just going wildly. And he turns to you again, Vice, and says, I'll hold Maurice, and can you tackle Olawong and keep him up? Help me out here, please."
Alright.
So the two of you kind of go on and get your hands dirty as well. You see the professor kind of just tackling and pinning down the Symphonine student, and you do your best to kind of hold off Olawong until eventually, after a whole solid minute of trashing in your arms, Olawong calms down, seeing that everyone has dispersed and the two of them has been separated. And then he turns to you and says, "Oh, Hey, Vice. Was I out of control again?
Yes.
Oh, bother. Am I in trouble?
No.
Well, alright
I
then.
mean, the professor weren't exactly stopping you until I called this out.
Huh. Oh, thanks for looking out for me then. I really appreciate it. And
Why is
then,
he such a good boy? Why?
and then Professor Hegel says, "Okay, Vice, you come over here. All along, just go train with someone else. But go hit a tree for a minute. Vice, this here is a new student, Morach. He's from Nolan. He has a vastly different fighting style, as you can see. And I want the two of you to spend the rest of the day sparring. Might as well show him how we Wardens do it, after all."
Well, I'll see what I can do.
And then Professor Hegel just kind of walks off, gives the Symphony student a pat on his shoulder, and just walks off to train, quote-unquote, the rest of the students. And at this point you see that the Symphony guy in front of you also has kind of long-ish stark white hair. He looks at you and is like, "Well then, so you fight with blades, I see, huh?"
Usually, yes.
"Well, I like to use my fists and my fangs. A gentleman's weapons, as it turns out, I find." I find it horribly cold to not get close in with your foes when fighting. Rude, one might even say. How good a fighter are you with your hands, Vice?
With my hands.
Yes, with your hands.
Gonna catch
I'm
this
not-
ant.
Trained with that sort of fighting.
Well, that's how I fight, and I find it horribly disadvantageous for me to be fighting with hands when you are fighting with blades.
How strange.
I'm sorry to disappoint, but I do not only use blades.
Well then, show me what else you have got then. I'm dying to learn your secrets then.
Aha.
And then,
I don't exactly think you can block whatever I'll have at you with your fists.
I'm not trying to block anything, I'm... Just throw it at me, I can take it. Let's see if you can take me down before I manage to get my hands on you, mister.
Oh, that's an odd sort of game, but whatever.
Oh,
So, for the rest of the class, you pretty much just try...
Fire spells at him and run away.
You have a bit of a hard time trying to spar with more reach in whatever kind of fighting technique and style he's using, which doesn't seem to be any other than just pure wild instincts. And clearly he's not warden material, but you cannot deny that he's ridiculously resilient. And even after fighting Olo Wong for what felt like a long time, he still has enough punch in him to keep going after you. So, that's how your class is spent. You and Morich sparring. Now, Knick-Knack.
Am I?
Class is mostly fine.
Mostly.
Your classmate Grangak is there, as he has always been, and the two of you kind of keep talking about things, and every now and then he kind of interrupts you to, well, mostly just talk shop, but also kind of socialize a little bit, seeing as you bringing him, well, you and yours, bringing him along in the other journey kind of made him a hero-ish of sorts. But also, he at some point stops you and says, "So, I've been kind of concerned about Lois. She's very odd in the head, but also, well, I don't know. I just kind of worry about her. She has no friends in class other than her pet gecko, which I don't think is healthy for someone to keep bringing into a workshop class that frequently."
Maybe not. Not entirely sure what to do because she's not particularly social if you even try.
Oh yes, and that's the thing. Like it or not, we're trying to make innovations for the world, and I'm not entirely sure what kind of world she sees her innovations being a part of. Do you remember the rocket fiasco of the exam?
It's certainly unique.
Do you want to live in a world where that kind of stuff becomes commonplace? I mostly just worry that, I've read enough novels in my life to know that this is the makings of a villain just waiting to happen.
Well, she might not be doing too well as a villain if she keeps up with the rockets. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she needs focus?
Jesus.
I don't know. No, Vice, she doesn't need Jesus. Direction, maybe? I don't know. She certainly has the enthusiasm.
Well, in any case, I worry, and, I wanted to let you know. I did see you trying to invite her for our jolly little adventure in the wilds, and I also saw how she was not having it. But I kind of wonder if maybe being out of the classroom, doing something wild and different wouldn't be helpful, or I don't know. I just worry that there might be a future in which Lois becomes graduated from the academy and start making rockets at a bigger scale, and then, what then?
Mayhaps she does need a practical exercise.
But then again, far be it from me to tell you what to do. I'm just sharing my concerns. Also,
Yeah, I don't know.
speaking of concerns, do you know the little dwarf guy, Dulling?
I didn't know his name until now.
Well, I don't know if you noticed or not, but Dulling has been kinda eyeing you the whole class.
Yeah.
And then you look over your shoulder, and in the opposite corner of the workshop class, there is the dwarf that called you and yours murderers, and he has like a an iron stare towards you.
Yeah, he's been doing that since before claws, unfortunately.
So,
He seems to be under the belief that I've murdered someone.
and I mean, you have, haven't you?
I mean,
Who
I've
has?
probably killed someone, yes. Murder is a different matter, when you're out and about.
Is it though?
A little. I think murder requires that you sort of go out there with the intent of killing that person. Then again, you're hired to clear out, I don't know, bandits or something. You're going there with the intent to kill them. That is a good question. I am not a philosopher, though.
Well then. I mean, you clearly have a full plate in your hands. I don't want to keep adding stuff to it, but well, just thought I would let you know, because the way that dwarf has been staring at you, I just think he might try to do some sabotage, if not to you, then to Rusty or something like that.
Noted.
Just trying to look out for you, man.
I appreciate it.
Of course. Because you never know. Whenever you're going to be finding yourself around and about, and you might need a hand.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
Is this seriously your only personality trait?
I mean,
Bonk,
not really.
bonk.
No, really, I have many personality traits, but we have never really spent much time away from class or work to meet one another and discuss those things. Maybe you'll find one of these days that I really like flowers.
Do you really like flowers?
No, really, that was the first thing that came to mind. But that's the point, you don't know.
And now I do. Aha.
Well, exactly, but, you know, it took me starting conversation with you for you to know that. Although I do
Kiss already.
Although I do suppose that it took you asking me if that was my only personality trait. But you see where I'm going with? If we talk, we learn. And if we learn, we bond.
And if we bond, then we've used too much glue.
Oh, knick-knack. Sometimes I worry that you spend too much time just thinking with the left side of your brain.
There are other sides? My god. The possibilities.
You know, maybe you should visit the sanatorium one of these days. They have an amazing biological program there. You could learn a thing or two about, you know, all of those people you're murdering.
I was considering it. Might be worth a poke.
But otherwise, the two of you just spend time in class talking about what really is going on with your classmates and how things are going to shape up and form up and whatnot. But other than that, you have a pretty decent pretty decent class day. As for you, Lex,
Yes. I rolled a 20. I think Claire dies, right?
Oh no!
Yes.
You're
sure,
weirdly enthusiastic about it.
sure, Claire
No,
dies.
I was joking.
Why
Please
not?
don't kill her.
You
No,
are
please. I was.
in class. a few minutes before Claire's demise, you're talking to your classmates to, at first, enthusiastically talking to Ash, the gnoll who came to you the other day, and you kind of started bonding and talking a little bit more. This time around, he came to you before you going to him, and Claire was nowhere involved in this at all. He just shows up to you. So, Lex, how about, how was your weekend and all of that?
That's not. I had a weird weekend.
Oh, you too, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, my weekend was all over the place. It was kind of fun, but also not really all that fun, but it was interesting. But
Oh.
tell me about yours first.
Probably not the smartest idea, right? Tell me about yours, please. I want to hear all about you.
Well,
I need to get my lawyer before I tell you about my weekend.
Exactly.
well, it was fun. Some people here were celebrating passing the exam. Some people were kind of moping about not passing the exam, and then, some of the people didn't really care whether they passed or not, so they kind of threw in like a party of sorts. And it was loud. There was music. They brought in some bars, a band. They started playing, and everyone was dancing and talking. And you see, I wasn't part of the party. Instead, I enjoyed the fact that there was a party going on in the mess hall, and the rest of the academy was dead quiet. It was amazing. You could go anywhere. It was super quiet. I was able to chill and lounge anywhere. It was great. You missed. It was a great weekend. I got to read books in all kinds of places.
Sounds awesome.
It
Nerd.
does. Oh, Lex, words are hurtful.
Sorry.
Well, but I mean, it was fun to nerd out a little bit. I like whenever I have some free time, I like to go out to the rivers, kind of sit there, chill, spend some time. Whenever I was younger, I used to go to the beaches in Oberland, and I really like the beach and enjoying, but unfortunately, Sofac doesn't have any beaches, so the river is the best I get.
Fair enough. You talk like you're 100 years old. How old are you exactly?
Well, not 100. I didn't think it looked that bad.
No, I didn't say that, but
I'm only 22.
Alright. And it's a weird phrase to use when I was young, but okay.
Well, I mean, being the
When
academy
I was a wee boy.
A wee baby.
When I was a wee pup. Being the academy kinda
Cab.
I don't know, it feels odd and different.
How so?
Well, first, you're not surrounded by family. In fact, there is not even space for family here. You're also not in a city per se, because, like in Arnett, we're a 1 hour walk away from Belden, up and down the mountain. So, we're kind of away from everyone. I never had this much time alone with my own thoughts before, It's kind of refreshing, kind of nice, but also kind of scary.
Are you afraid of your own thoughts, Ash?
Well, I'm not afraid of my own thoughts. I just never had the ability to really think about life without concerning myself with all of those other things. Like, what about my family? Where are they going to go and move next? Or what about the people in town? Are they going to, What are they going to do? What are they going to say? How are they going to act? What's the new fashion? What's the new trend? What's the new thing that I need to keep an eye out for? And I know, being here at the academy, you just kind of distance yourself from all that. There's this kind of eerie but beautiful isolation about being here.
I mean, yeah, that's the good part, you know? No family, no stupid relatives, you know?
Yeah. And that's more so what I mean. I'm not that old, but I do feel a little bit more mature.
An old soul.
Yeah. I guess that, you sit by yourself, you spend a weekend sitting by yourself, just alone with your own thoughts, and I suppose you come out a philosopher at the end of that.
Uh-huh.
But really, it's a breath of fresh air, really. It's refreshing, and it hasn't been that long since I've been to a beach. It has been like 3 years at best. But still, it feels like a lifetime away.
I get what you mean.
So, ready to talk about your weekend?
No.
Well, alright then.
But thank you for sharing.
Of course. I don't know if it's my place to ask or not, but does it have anything to do with Phineas?
With what? Who?
Gundhr.
Phineas, the hobgoblin guy who's kind of been, he's been kind of hovering over you ever since you came back from your weekend. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't feel like it was my place to say anything, but, well, he's been kind of keeping an eye on you, and then Claire told me to tell you that Phineas might be plotting something against you or something, and I...
Told me to tell you, to tell me, to tell you, to tell him, to tell her.
Yes. Game of telephone. Sorry, who is Phineas? I'm completely blank.
He's the other person in the murderer brigade.
Oh, yes, the dwarf and the other one, right?
And the hobgoblin.
Ah, okay. I don't know what his deal is, but he's a weird one, that's for sure.
Well, in any case, Claire seemed really worried about you and him watching over you, so...
I think Claire has bigger problems. Didn't she fail a test or something?
Well, yeah. She failed the test, but then she was in the party, and then she was kind of mingling with people, and then she heard some things.
Some things she heard. Uh-huh. What kind of things?
Well,
Some things.
apparently your friend, the little one, the red one, he might have, off the dwarf at some point, and now Phineas's friend Dolan is kinda mad at him or something like that. I'm not entirely sure, but they seem to have it out for him, and because you kind of hang out with him, they might also have it out for you, or at least Claire seemed to get that notion from hearing
I
things.
see. Is Phineas's friend called Wyrm by any chance?
No, it's called dulling.
Ah.
I
Never
know
mind.
it's a lot of information to throw at you at once. I shouldn't even be talking about these things.
I shouldn't even be telling you two names at the same time.
Because
My brain cannot handle two names at the same time.
I mean, Claire, she really wanted to come to you and tell you all about this, but I told her that it might be best if she kind of, let you breathe a little bit. So I volunteered to come and pass this information forward. So, you know.
Well, that's nice of you, and weird of her to, I guess, but still useful. So I'm okay with that.
Well, I think that Claire is the kind of person that is not in academy to learn, scholarly topics, per se.
No, she's here to make connections and use those connections to get ahead in life. I know that kind of girl or person, I guess.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't be studying at the bureau if your point wasn't to make connections altogether, but still.
Yeah, but priorities.
Yeah, I do know. So, are you busy after class today? By any chance?
Oh, we just talked about it. I don't think we have much to do, right? So, probably.
The only thing we have to do is eventually hand in that contract thing, but we forgot about that when talking about the day.
I think I'm good, yes. Why?
I was just going to ask if you wanna, company. Mostly because, what with Phineas and Dueling watching over your group, if you're gonna spend a day alone, maybe you didn't need to spend your day alone, safety numbers and all that.
I just want to
Mhm.
see if you want to go into a dark corner and smooch.
No, safety in numbers is the excuse I'm taking, yeah.
But I mean, if you have anything going on, or if you and your friends are researching anything or anything like that, by any means, please don't let me stop you. But if you have no plans, I wouldn't mind, hanging out with you.
We can. I think my group of associates can spare me one afternoon of research. They're gonna keep me up to date on the what? Not fire monkey. What's the new thing?
The
Deer or something?
wyverns.
Oh yes.
No, the
yes.
wyvern. We already know everything about the sonic elk.
Funny out, yes, my bad. So yeah, we can hang out if you want.
Cool. So, well, there was also some other things that happened in my weekend that I would like to talk about, if you don't mind. It's about this novel I read. I got it at the library. It's very fun and quite of a short read, even. And then
Something about werewolves?
there were
And
14 of them.
vampires.
And
Oh, you kobold.
you and Ash spend the rest of the afternoon just talking to one another, and he goes on about this story that he read where there were 14 werewolves and blah 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 blah. It's interesting to get a little bit of insight into his reading choices, but still, it's nice to spend the day in the academy not thinking so much about learning and more so about, socializing. It is kind of what you're in the bureau to do anyways.
That is true, even though I'm not a fan of it, but I have to, I guess.
And with that, all of you kind of get an idea of what your classes are going to be like for this upcoming month. Or
Yay!
until things change, at least. Now, research time.
Yes.
All of you are spending time researching,
Yeah.
except for Lex.
Recalling knowledge.
Yes, recalling knowledge, precisely.
You were studying the books. Wait, no. Stop.
We'll be sure to catch you up and tell you lies.
No.
Sweet little lies.
Alright. So, you are going to be going and making Knick-Knack, Vice, and Wildak, the boys who are researching, I need you
Huh?
to make an Arcana check.
Arcana, wow.
Public? Yes.
Yeah, public.
I'm usually good at Arcana.
Yeah, Arcana is the dragon.
Never
Efficiency.
mind.
We're
That is
very,
why I said
very
unusual.
productive.
I'm going to use my halfling luck on that.
I'm going to use my hero luck on that.
Sure.
I'm going to use the fact that I'm a kobold on that.
I
How-
just make.
Oh
How-
lord, it's just worse!
How does that apply, Scuffled?
By spending a hero point.
Alright.
Kobold point, you mean?
So...
I'm too exhausted from running away from that guy all the time.
I'm too exhausted from healing patients.
Yeah. The two of you are just absolutely pooped. You have no energy whatsoever to properly do research. You, to a certain degree, you just kind of think to yourselves, oh, wyverns are already widely known creatures. Cool, we don't need to look into it. You just go to a portion in the library, you see, the Book of Wyverns, and then you kind of say, oh, cool, my job is over. So you grab the book, sit on a desk, open up the book, and start reading through it. And you notice that as you get to the end of the page, you absorb nothing. So you go back to the beginning of the page, start reading it again, but your mind just wanders. And then when you finish the page, you're like, oh shit, I didn't absorb anything again. And you keep doing that for the whole afternoon. And your mind just
I hate that
refuses.
so much.
True.
Not in the right frame of mind.
As for you, Knick-Knack, when you get into the library to research with your companions, and they bring in the big book of wyverns, your eyes just shine, and you're like, oh yes, please, gimme. And you go and get 1 point towards the understanding of wyverns, of your knowledge. And you do know for a fact that wyverns, like it or not, they are widely researched. You do know very well wyverns are kind of smart creatures. They're not particularly bright, but as far as bestial creatures / monsters go, they are smart enough to be able to employ tactics in combat. So they won't just blindly attack you until they die. And one of their most common tactics in combat does seems to be to dive bomb into whoever they're attacking, grab them, fly away with them, and drop them from high distances to, crush their bones on the fall so they can't run away.
Ah, the vulture method.
Yeah, they hunt like eagles and vultures and the kind. They let gravity do most of the work for them. But, in any case, they are, for whatever reason, grounded and they can't particularly fly, especially if you're facing them inside of caverns, caves, or what have you. They can also attack you with their tail stinger, which is loaded to the brim with wyvern venom, which is particularly bad. And ideally, you wouldn't fall victim to that if you can help it at all. Wyvern venom is very powerful, very dangerous. And then you kind of make a mental note to go off into another session of the library and research into the big book of poisons, to look into wyvern venom and see exactly how that happens and affects you. You do know that wyverns have more things to chew them, because a big portion of the book is mostly just the history of wyverns, humanity and wyverns, and blah 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 blah, and very little or very kind of spread out sections about combat tactics with wyverns and things that you can actually use. There's a lot of information on them. So you will unfortunately be needing to do a little bit more research to get the full-on tactical analysis on them. But thankfully, there are books of wyverns around, so this research won't take that long. But it is a research you have to do nonetheless. And before you all know it, the day is out. All of you return to your shared bedroom.
Yeah.
Yes.
All of you kind of share information with one another about what you learned, what you didn't learn, and this and that. And you all conk out in bed to sleep and rest and get ready for the next day of just absurdity in Nova Arcana Academy. So
Wildak would like to tell everybody and say, I just can't believe that there's that many people that came up from Belden that have been hurt by that tree. It's just so many of them and burned. It's just so many people.
Huh?
The people that were at the greenhouse that were trying to put out the fire that got attacked by the tree, they're here.
I did hear something about that, yes.
Yeah, I've only got one other student that's helping me, and she doesn't really like to get her hands dirty, but I'm teaching her everything that I can, and the professor, he's working on the really tough cases.
Well, that sounds fucking awful.
It is.
just as a brief clarification, Wildak, you have not even met the professor of the sanatorium.
Oh, that's right. He's the intern.
Yeah, he's the intern.
The teaching assistant.
The teaching assistant. I haven't even seen the professor yet.
Yep. It's that bad in the sanatorium as of late.
There's so many people that have been hurt. I'm just overwhelmed. I mean, it's everything that I can do on the course of a day. When we went to try to look up stuff about the wyverns, my mind was just like mush.
Well, I hope you learned things then, at least.
I didn't. Honestly, I kept reading the same sentence over 5 times.
I was talking more from class than...
Oh, yes, yeah, I'm learning a lot, so many people have been hurt. It's a chance for me to actually use my healing skills.
And as you guys share more of what you have learned and what you have been up to, eventually exhaustion takes over you and all of you fall to sleep very soundly. So everyone who has not yet done it can go ahead and click the rest button in your character sheets. I don't remember what it's called, but you can click that. Rest.
Long rest.
Is it?
The little bed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Rest for the night is what it's called.
No, that's what the button's called.
Yeah, because there's no concept of long rest in...
Yeah, I think it's an 8-hour rest and a 10-minute rest.
Yeah,
I think that's what it is.
Yeah, there's just rest. So,
Yeah.
the night goes by, you all rest, and then in the following day, you resume the grind. So, I believe you're keeping to the schedule of classes in the morning and research in the evening, right? In the afternoon, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Unless
We might
somebody's
want
going to go out
to...
with their classmate again.
We might also want to hand in the quote-unquote research notes before the time limit on the thing expires, because I think she did say she wanted the stuff before something, even though the place is now burnt down
Yes.
and the notes are a premium.
Yeah, at some point you do have to do that. Like it or not, you can wait until the weekend. There will still be classes, but the population at large will have more free time on the weekend than during the week. Because
That sounds like a
True.
plan. It's also free rides down to the
Yeah, I did remember that rides are free on the weekend.
Well, weekend it is then, I guess.
Yep.
Alright. So you all go to class in the morning and to research in the evening, in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay, so after getting another day of class, all your study bonus increases to a +2 now
Yay.
hot dog.
for all of your recall knowledge checks and so. And you get to do more research today. Jolly.
Yay.
So, what with the new information you all have gotten, you can make an Arcana check to keep investigating the worm. If one of you want, you can make a medicine check instead to look into the wyvern venom.
Ooh, I'll do that. I'm very good with medicine.
My Arcana shit, so I'm gonna do medicine too.
Okay.
I'll just continue with Arcana with a +2 modifier.
Everyone gets a +2 to this check.
Mine's at +4 for no reason, so I don't know.
27!
What's up with my rolls today?
You mean +2 just circumstances, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Ah, okay.
I like Knickknack's circumcised bonus is renamed to Njord +2.
I mean, mechanically I would call it an academic bonus, but yeah, doesn't
I
fucking
can-
matter.
Weirdly enough, I can only add 1 plus circumstance bonus, not 2 for some reason.
You change the
That's
number.
because, yeah. The thing is, you can't add the same bonus more than once.
Yeah, but I put it on 2 and it for some reason switched back to 1 for, I don't know.
Oh,
That's weird. It just says say 1.
well, you rolled an 8 then.
Right.
Unfortunately, an 8 is a failure for you, Lex. So no new knowledge is gained from you. Same deal with you, Vise. Unfortunately, a 10 is not going to cut it. Knickknack with a 24 is a success, and Will Dak with a 27, you get a critical success, so you get 2 research points instead.
Woohoo! Well, that poison venom.
So,
Wait, quick question. Did I get anything for my rolling at 20 for the last time?
well, just the contents of the scene altogether were different.
Alright.
Yeah, he's having us roll against the unseen table, not doing a skill check.
Oh, yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Just like the better you roll, the more you get. So you have the names of the people and their motivations for going after you, and I think that's good enough for a 20. The murder,
Fair enough.
the murder duo. Which is not what they are. They're not the murder duo, but I don't have a better name for them as of yet. So, Wildak, you learn that there is indeed a lot that is known about wyvern poison. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to throw it in chat for you. It's very hurtful to be inflicted by wyvern venom directly from a wyvern. It will sap your life very fast and will do away with you in moments if you're not
Yeah,
careful enough.
I heard in Nolan at one time somebody put this on a blade and threw it at a thing and almost killed it.
Yeah,
That was over 50 years ago.
It
was.
was. You know about it, but it's still renowned.
It was a big story, a big saga. You don't know particularly that there is a good way to treat Wyvern Venom specifically, but being a medic of sorts, you do know that there's a bunch of ways in which you can treat poison.
Yep.
There are spells, there are skills, there are all kinds of things. There are items as well that you can always procure. And if someone were to get hit by a Wyvern Venom and inflicted with it, it would be good to have one of those solutions to treat it at hand.
Yeah, otherwise they're going to take a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm. Knick-Knack, you know more. You learn more about wyverns, specifically now focusing on the whole kind of exhausting the limits of what is known about wyverns in the realms of their history and what people have been reporting them for the past forever many years, centuries even. They are evil creatures. They care nothing for nobody else other than themselves, and sometimes their evilness can go unprecedented. There is a lot of talk of wyverns and cannibalism, so something fun to keep in mind. But another couple of things that are particularly worrisome about wyverns is they're one of the few creatures out there that are fast and nimble and dangerous enough to possess an attack of opportunity.
Gasp, it's like that tree.
Yep.
That dead tree.
So, just so you know, wyverns can and will use attack of opportunity if they get the opportunity to use it against you. You do know, however, for a fact that their their main attacks, what with their fangs or their claws, only have a reach of 5 feet, but their stinger, what with being on their tails and such, has a reach of 10 feet, which is important to keep in mind when creating distance between them and you because of their attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
So just yet another thing to keep in mind. And with that, the day of research and learning goes by quickly enough. All of you get to rest once again, recover your sweet hit points and spells and whatnot.
More sleep, yes.
Soon I will have full hit points.
Same.
Soon.
Just a few more nights.
Although I'm kind of assuming that at this point, Wildak would have been treating wounds on you all if he's not tired enough from a full shift at the sanatorium of treating wounds to heal the party up to full hit points.
I was just waiting for everybody to get up their normal.
I mean, if you spend like the next week in the academy, you are going to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
If we spend the next 2 days in the academy, we probably will.
Yeah, just Vise is looking a little bit worse for wear, but
He has a constitution modifier, I think. No, he doesn't.
he
He's
does.
the only other person besides me that doesn't.
He does.
Well, that's embarrassing. I don't, and we healed the same amount.
You heal your Constitution modifier multiplied by your level per day, but if you don't have a Constitution modifier, you heal the minimum of 1. Or rather, your Constitution modifier is considered to be 1 if you don't have 1. So having 0 Constitution and 1 Constitution is the same thing.
Hooray.
Nonetheless, for the following day, are you keeping the same schedule?
Yep.
Yup.
Alright.
Guess so. If we run out of Wyvern Arcana stuff to research, I will research other things like antidotes and whatever to craft them.
So, for this check, you can go either with Arcana or Nature. Or if you have some kind of dragon lore, that also applies.
Last 2 again?
Nope.
Arcana or Nature or dragon lore, if you have it.
Yes, but
think it's-
bonus
I think we
rolls?
s-
Nah.
I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
we still have a +2 bonus.
Is to have your plus.
Our nerd bonus persists until the end of the month.
Until the exam.
Again, just add 1 to mine. You can't do +2 for some reason.
But you had a crit.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, all of you make it. Everyone succeeds their check. Vice didn't
Except
even roll.
Vice, who didn't make one.
But even then, even if you were to critically fail and lose 1 point of progress, you still made enough progress that you have fully completed researched the Titan, the Wyvern. So, the last thing you learn is the full-blown potential of Wyverns. You learn that they are weakness to piercing damage. They have a flight speed of 60 feet, which is a bunch. And they're immune to being knocked unconscious and paralyzed for some reason that isn't there. But I need to make this character sheet public because now you should be able to see all of the details of Wyverns. I don't remember how to do that though.
You right-click it and you...
Right click it. Yep.
Yeah, turn everyone
Well-
into an observer. There we go.
Right.
So now in the Titans folder, you should be able to see the Wyvern. However, apparently after the resurgence of magic, new things have been going on and new behavior with these Wyverns have been observed. For a long time, people have been priding themselves into being Wyvern hunters, if I could pronounce that correctly. However, it takes you a little bit of finagling and asking the right persons, but you do get some accounts on Wyvern hunters. And some of these Wyvern hunters have had reports that things changed after the resurgence. One of the things that changed is that it's not necessarily with the Wyverns themselves, but with their eggs. Wyvern eggs used to just be kind of in a clutch in their nest or somewhere, but now they don't. The Wyverns don't bother hiding or getting all their eggs together. Now they just kind of have them wherever, because now the eggs can kind of sort of protect themselves. If
Oh, that's terrifying.
If a Wyvern egg is disturbed and broken, it will explode and deal damage to those caught in the blast.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
However, it is also problematic to leave wyvern's eggs around because those rumors of cannibalistic wyverns is true. If a wyvern is injured in combat, it will go and eat its own egg to replenish health.
Oh no.
And also, wyverns will not be afraid to completely abandon their clutch of eggs and everything else and just fly away if they feel sufficiently injured and that they're not going to make it. So you get the sense that fighting wyverns will be a long endurance battle, and there's always the chance that if you're not able to ground them, that they will just run away after all.
Yeah.
So wyverns are dangerous because they can heal in combat, they can fly, so they're always out of reach, and they will absolutely run away and just abandon the area altogether if the threat is sufficiently powerful. However, another thing that wyvern hunters have said is that what with the resurgence, wyverns, or even before the resurgence even, wyverns have always had this kind of madness that befalls them during full moons. So during the period of a full moon, a wyvern will be so intently so intent on killing trespassers that they will completely forget, or not forget, but they'll be so maddened with rage that they will not stop to heal or fly away, run away, if they are damaged enough. However, you do know
So
for a
maybe-
fact that on full moons, monsters are stronger.
Yep. And the 13th is the next full moon.
But is that a school night?
It is.
So the period of a full moon is the day of the full moon, the day preceding it, and the day after it. So any day between the 12th and the 14th is a full moon period.
Yep. And that's right in the middle of the week.
Unfortunately for this month, yeah.
I mean, we can always catch up on classes on the weekends.
True.
That said, I'm contemplating things like tanglefoot bags and some ensnaring ammunition.
We definitely need to get something for the venom. I've got restoration for the venom. That's the highest spell that I've got. I cannot neutralize the poison. I can only reduce its severity.
Are there like antidotes to buy at the market or something?
We can definitely buy some at the market. I can make some for the day, but I can only make so many things, and we'd need 4.
Yep.
And an antidote is relatively cheap.
Okay.
There is also, in case you don't feel sufficiently prepared to face wyverns yet, a sonic elk that has been waiting to be slain for quite a while.
Yes. Yes.
Also true.
Let's get that elk.
Legends say that it does cartwheels at the speed of sound.
So,
It is also cough cough level 2 cough cough.
Yep, and we took out the level 3.
yeah, so by all rights,
A level 3.
it should be easier. And if you do choose to fight the elk during a full moon, it'll be stronger and you'll even get even more experience. So,
Game mechanics.
I
It
would
is-
rather fight it maybe this upcoming weekend and then come back.
Well, it is across a mountain, so there's no quick way to get it without the airship.
You can always
But it's
track.
along the ley line.
Yeah, but they're probably going to ask us to do a delivery again,
Oh, true.
which
true.
is not going to be across the ley line. Unless we can have a better... We need to tell them to install ultraviolet glass. God damn it. Oh wait, we have to invent that first.
Right.
Knick-knack invents sunglasses.
Oh, and
Polaroid lenses.
remember that this weekend we're going to go down and give the information back to Frog.
Yes, that was the other
yes.
thing.
Karen Baum. Oh no.
Harry
Yes.
Bum?
Oh, just a Karen thingy.
So, as you're done with research and you're starting to walk back to finish off your own personal errands and all in all, those kinds of things. Wildeck, you are walking back or around and across campus in the academy when suddenly you are stopped. You have been kind of so absent-minded thinking about treatment for burn victims, but also treatment for wyvern poison, and those things are completely on opposite ends of the treatment scale for you.
Sure.
Whereas one is treating something that has already happened, and the other is preventing something from happening in the first place. Your mind is so up in the clouds that you don't notice that at some point you have been stopped, and you look up, and in front of you there's a slightly taller than you, a dwarf who's got his arm crossed and is like, "Oh, so you're finally alone, aren't you, little accessory?"
Accessory? No, I'm not an accessory.
Well, were you not an accomplice? Are you not helping a murderer get away with crime?
No, I would never help them get away with crime.
Well, what about your little friend then, the red one?
That's him. I don't remember much about him or what he was doing. I mean, we seem to have known each other, but I don't know anything about his past.
And yet, you don't mind taking a murderer under your wings, do you?
I wouldn't want to take a murderer under my wings.
Oh, but you are. What is it, little man? Is he threatening you?
No, he's not threatening me. I'm a good person. I'm trying to help people.
And you hear a voice booming from behind you, and you turn just in time to see the hobgoblin talking. Good person. Yeah, right, helping people. Maybe it's because you have a guilty conscience up in that little head of yours.
I look at him with shock and awe. I'm really trying to help people. I need to get back to the sanatorium.
Oh,
I've got patients waiting.
he's got patients waiting. And the dwarf says, well, if they're so patient, I don't think they're going to mind waiting just a little while longer. And both of them kind of grab you by the arms, Wildak, and they kind of start trying to drag you away from...
I fight back. I try to get away from them.
Sure. Give me an athletics check, if you will, please.
And not getting kidnapped skill. Yeah.
Athletic.
Please do.
Roll for kidnapping.
Yeah, you were.
I think you want to go with them subconsciously.
You were trying to beat a 15.
Yeah, I didn't beat a 15.
So the two men, they kind of start dragging you around, and you start kind of trying to resist. You kick and toss and turn, but you see that they're kind of pulling you away, and you're not entirely sure where you're going because your back is facing the way that they're taking you as they're dragging you. But at some point, you kind of start to recognize where you are in the academy, and the noises around you seems to become a little bit more familiar.
All right.
And you notice that they are kind of dragging you to one of the edges of the academy that overlooks the cliff and the city of Merging.
Oh no!
And eventually,
You're associated with the murderer. We're going to murder you.
To show you
Don't
how
throw
much.
me over the cliff! Help! Help! Help!
and Wildak, you start screaming for help, and you do see that some people in the academy, they kind of notice that this is going on, but they don't want to get involved. Some of the other students. And eventually, the dwarf and the hobgoblin, they kind of grab you by the collar and kind of put you against the railing, the little chest high wall of the overlook of the cliff. They actually kind of pull you up, that so your feet are not even touching the ground anymore, as they kind of lean you over the edge. They say, well, it seems to me that you do have a guilty conscience indeed. Don't you think so,
I
Dolly?
don't have a guilt.
Oh, it does.
I don't have a guilty conscience.
It does.
I don't.
seems
I
to
don't know
me
anything.
You are trying to pull our legs here, aren't you, little man? You are trying to hide something. Whatever it is that little red freak has got on you, we are going to get it out of you.
I don't know what you mean. I need to get back to the sanatorium. Let me go.
And eventually, you see that the dwarf, he not only is he holding you over the ledge with one hand, he also see that he kind of pulls back one of his hands and draws a dagger and starts approaching it to your face. Oh, whatever it is that you have got going on, you are going to tell us, aren't you, little man? And as he starts approaching the dagger to you, you just feel completely just a cold sweat washing over you. And as the dagger starts to approach you, suddenly it retreats. Almost out of nowhere. The dagger retreats, the hand that is clasping your collar just also retreats and lets go, and you're kind of just fall back in safe ground as both you and the hobgoblin look in shock and horror as the dwarf has apparently turned into a little small turtle.
Okay.
And you see in the distance,
Polymorph.
you see in the distance a catfolk wizard approaching, and he just kind of is still pointing his finger towards the dwarf and says, "Hey, I believe that you are late for class. You should rush, or else you're gonna lose the time, huh?"
Yes. I go running.
And the hobgoblin kind of doesn't even knows what to do. You just slip past all of them, and he kind of grabs the turtle, the little dwarf turtle, and starts shaking it like, Dueling! What has happened to you?" And he's absolutely
Speak to me.
unsure of what the hell's going on. And as you run away, Wildak, the catfolk guy, you recognize him. It's none other than Branislav.
Yeah.
He watches you go by and says, "I need to talk to you in a while. I need to show these bullies here a quick lesson. So,
Okay. Well, I'm in the sanatorium. Bye.
see you soon, Wildak." And you don't even stick around to see what happens after that. But not too long afterwards, back in the sanatorium, Wildak, you see the catfolk wizard, Chateau Branislav, coming in, And Professor Yurgonaut is right behind you, behind him, just saying, "You cannot polymorph students. This is your last warning, Branislav. If you do this again, we are sending you back to Lignia as a criminal in yet another kingdom." And Branislav just, yeah, alright, I heard that. This is not my first rodeo in the crime scenario. So, Wildak.
That implies that
Yes?
he's been polymorphing several students.
Are you alright?
Yeah. It was just, they were going to throw me over the edge.
What's going on? What did I miss?
He's getting bullied for his lunch money, nothing special.
I do not think that they were going to throw you over the edge, but still best not to risk it. So, what's going on there? Between you and them?
I don't know. They seem to think that I have some information on Knick-Knack and that, that he's a murderer or something because of his gun that he has. And I don't know anything about that. I know nothing about that.
Knick-Knack is the kobold, right?
Yeah, the red kobold.
Well, alright, Apparently I was mistaken. I thought it was something else.
No, that's what they were asking about. Is that that they think that he's a murderer, and that I have information that's on him about this, and that he's somehow threatening me.
Well, nonetheless, I imagine that that's academic drama between you students, but those guys, they do seem a little bit over the edge, hardcore, so I would probably avoid them in the future if I were you.
Oh yeah. I'm not going to be anywhere near them. I don't want to fall to my death from a very tall cliff.
You're a cleric of Pasperon, are you not? Am I mistaken?
I am.
Oh. Well, I'm sure your goddess won't have you suffer any kind of indignity in the hands of, your fellow citizens. But
Unless she's angry at you for something.
Yes.
in any case, I wanted to speak to you, Wildak, and I suppose that it was right. Well, quite convenient that I decided to look for you in the day that you were almost being flung over, huh?
Yeah, I'm so glad that you were there.
Oh, don't mention it. So, I don't recall if you remember it or not. A couple weeks ago we spoke, and I asked you a question, and you gave me quite a curious answer. Do you remember when we were talking about the ley lines?
Oh yeah.
Ultraviolet light. I asked, well, kind of playfully, I asked you all to guess what kind of creatures could see ultraviolet light. I was
Right, and we said Titans.
not quite, no. You didn't say Titans. You did say first something else that caught my attention. You said dragons.
Oh, dragons, yes.
Now, why did you say that, Wildak? People have not reported dragons around in centuries. They haven't existed in centuries.
I just thought, they have all sorts of powers, and if anything could, it would probably be a dragon.
Liar.
Well, I can see your reasoning, but why say a creature that hasn't existed in over millennia?
It was the first thing that came to my mind.
So, You just expect creatures of legend to be around and about?
Well, I don't remember very much, so I just reached back into my head, and that was the first thing that came there.
Because of you having perished a month and a half ago, right?
That's right. That's right.
Hmm. You see, Wildak, you're telling me these things, and I feel like you're not being completely forthcoming with me.
Everyone wants to know your secrets, Wildak.
I don't know any secrets.
If you keep lying like that, your goddess will abandon you.
What do you mean? I don't know any secrets.
I mean,
Do
out
I
of
know any
character, we know about a noodle dragon and 2 shadow dragons.
Yes, that one in the dungeon. His office. and stuff.
Oh, yes.
Oh, he actually forgot.
Okay. So then I would go back and I would say, well, I did see a dragon. It was near that tower that's out there where we found Talon at.
Ah, yes.
I mean, maybe he's not a full dragon, but I think he said something about being able to see things. He spoke in a weird language, and Wise had to translate.
Knick-knack
Not
had
Wise.
I'm not
translated.
sure. It wasn't.
Wise
When I translated
translated-
Sylvan.
Oh, it was
Yeah.
Knick-knack. Knick-knack had to translate. Yes.
Yeah, Vice translated the journal.
Your story is admittedly in shambles, but
Well, I've been working very hard at the sanatorium. It's I really want to take care of these people. I kind of feel responsible for them.
Why is
I haven't
that?
played this game in a month.
I don't understand why he feels responsible for something that Knick-knack did. I will never understand.
you see, Knick-knack, or sorry, Wildak.
Paddywhack. To the dog a bone.
This whole thing about dragons, it just felt very odd. And the way you said it caught my attention, and maybe you don't remember, but I think there is knowledge in your head somewhere about what you're talking about, and I would like to know what you know, or what you knew, rather.
I would like to
ask
know
your
what I
player
knew.
some questions.
I need to collect my thoughts. But I'll be seeking you out again soon. I'll have more questions.
Okay. All right.
In the meanwhile, try not to get thrown off the edge again.
I will try.
I cannot guarantee I'll be there to save you, but nonetheless. Well, have a good day and
So
do a good job here at this
So this is
sanatorium.
me. So this is me asking out of character. Where was the shadow dragon at? I don't remember the shadow dragon, and I'm
they
looking.
were in
I
the-
went through my notes.
They were in the boss room. The 2 small dragons.
Yeah, there was the locked door in the dungeon that unlocked with the light puzzle. Inside that room,
Oh, I didn't think they were. I didn't think they were dragons. I thought they were something else.
there were tiny baby dragons, but they were shadow dragons, yes.
More.
They had the name dragon attached to whatever was being spilled out of the foundry text.
Yes,
popper.
but we kind of vanquished those.
We saw them though.
True, we did see them. I would also mention those to Chateau Branislav.
Alright. He leaves you to it back at the sanatorium, goes off to, well, do his own research on things he's looking into, but also explain himself once again to Professor Yurganod and also to the headmistress of the academy that the reasons why he was polymorphing students. Nonetheless,
I mean, the way that sounds implies that he's polymorphed more than one student, which has me curious and concerned.
he
I
has
want to know.
he has had a long career jumping through academies. This
Why is he
no.
polymorphing students, plural? What do you know, Rags? What do you know?
So, at the end of the day, all of you guys reunite once again to share notes, and conclude that you have learned all there is to know about wyverns. There is no more research to be done.
Also, Knick-Knack, those guys came after me. Those guys that called you a murderer, and they almost threw me over the side. And Chateau Branislav had to polymorph one of them into a turtle. And if they hadn't, I think they might have thrown me over. They kept telling me that you're a murderer and that you somehow did something, and that you're holding me hostage because you have knowledge over me or something.
I'm not a murderer, but at this rate, I think I might become one.
I'm a bit confused. We were hired by the
Fucking
academy.
assholes.
I'm sorry, can I just a second? We were hired by the academy to kill stuff. Why is everybody so up in arms about the whole murder thing? I'm confused.
I think there's a distinction between killing monsters and killing people, apparently.
I guess. Alright.
And I might
I
become a
look over
murderer
at
if
Lex.
they keep fucking doing that.
Why are you looking at me like that?
What's your alignment, Lex? Tell me.
What?
I'm a monster, I guess. It's okay to murder me, or what are you about to say?
No, I don't want to murder you. I'm just
being an asshole.
concerned.
It's
Yeah.
the pragmatist's view.
So to
I'm
put
trying
it all,
to I'm trying to kill to heal all the people that came up from God, I can't even remember this town's name. Belden.
to put everything into perspective, the Academy has hired you all to slay Titans because Titans pose a serious threat to civilization. They seem drawn to those places of power, to their lairs, but they might at some point just decide to wander off. If they do, they are big and powerful enough to kill a lot of people and destroy a lot of places. Hence is why the Academy wants you to be done with them. Now,
Fine.
killing actual people, for whatever reason, especially as part of your character's backstory, has consequences, it turns out.
Yep. And the DM won't tell me if I actually killed people. Because he decided, well, you don't have any input onto your backstory when you leave it vague and open to interpretation. It's like, okay, but if you're going to make me feel guilty for something, tell me if I actually did the thing I'm feeling guilty
But you
for.
wouldn't know. I mean, we've lost all of our memory.
Well, I wasn't surprised by the gun, so I must have had it before, I think.
Yeah, I wish I could remember for you. I would tell you if I'd seen it, but you know, this is getting bad now. Those guys don't be alone anywhere. You know, they might find you. Keep a watch out for them.
Actually, that's a good thought. How many years passed that we lost our memories of?
The whole last year of you being in the Academy.
Okay. That means I'm not as old as I thought I was, and that's not particularly important, but I should modify my age in my head and my character sheet. I'm not a sprightly 14-year-old, I'm an old and slowly decaying 15-year-old instead.
In a world where everyone lives to 70.
Yes.
Oh, those youngins.
You know teenagers.
Yeah, I do know those teenagers with back problems and all those horrible, horrible things. So,
It's more talking about those teenagers that say that people are old and they're talking about people that are in their 20s.
all of you guys get another rest, so click that button.
Yeah.
Soon I will have max hit points. Soon.
And today is Fantasy Friday or 6th day. So, what's the plan?
Are we gonna do the Karenbaum thing today or tomorrow?
Well, it's not technically the weekend yet, I don't think, so
Oh yeah, free rides.
we
starts
still have to-
Saturday, right?
we still have to pay for the gondola.
Okay, then tomorrow, yes.
Yep.
I guess I'll be attending class and then researching GUI ensnarement alchemists and
I'm sorry, researching what?
anti things like tanglefoot bags, and I saw in the list of things that Nick Nack likes to ogle over, he saw something that was ooze round bullets, which does something similar, but you can shoot it.
Hmm.
Ooh, goo grenades.
Alright. So, you all go to class again today. Vice,
Yes.
distant Vice. You, in class, you happen to be called over by a Professor Higgle,
Okay.
but also, sorry, by Professor everyone's favorite, Mac Vander Fitzsmith.
Ah, yes, favorite.
Both of them approach you, and Dren starts. So, Vice, you have been tasked, I imagine, by Professor Jurgenot at this point to go and slay some wyverns over at the Atlas Folk Mountains, huh?
How did you know?
Well, I'm part of the faculty. We talk.
Gasp.
Yes.
Well,
Well.
we've just had some reports, and apparently there's many, many, many more wyverns in the Atlas Folk Mountain range, and the Academy would like you to get rid of all of them.
There was only one of them, but because you let them
Uh-huh.
breed, and apparently they have a gestation period of 2 seconds.
Just dragonkind in general, I guess.
So, you see, over the month, we have been waiting to get some reports from the faraway cities of Sofak, and some of them have come up with reports. Some reports took a little bit longer to get here, because they didn't actually came from Sofak, they came from Mythos, you know, the other nation that we shared this mountain range with. Some came also from
Mhm.
Kyria. Nonetheless, there's a bunch of wyverns all over the place, and, well, they need some slaying done.
Slay.
So,
Yes.
Well, I imagine, considering that the amount is increased, the reward is increased as well, isn't it?
I'm sorry, what?
Well, since the amount of wyverns you need to slay increased from 1 to many, I imagine the reward will be increased as well. You know, the whole you don't have to pay for a month if you do this.
I think we already did that with the monkeys.
Oh, was it monkeys?
No, it was all the
I think
current,
it was
all the current Titans you had, which were the monkeys, the wyvern, and the sonic elk.
Oh, was it all of them?
Mm-hmm.
It was A.
Oh,
Yeah.
It was, and but there was only one wyvern.
Yes, now
I will-
there's many, so that's
I
why
will
the
rescind my
reward
out
should...
of character clarification.
well, I don't know about that. That's between you and Professor Jurgenod. I don't really deal with the matters of students' tuition. But this is bigger than you being in academy or, paying for tuition and whatnot. This is about,
It's a large creature. It's larger than you.
It is big, yes.
it's about people being able to come and go from Mythos to Solfac. There's Titans over the mountain range, and if anyone needs to cross the mountain range, they might be attacked at any point, and that's just bad. You shouldn't be doing this for the
Mhm.
reward. You should be doing this because it's the right thing to do.
Well, we died doing that once.
Well,
I kinda need more motivation in doing this now.
I, I'm just here with the workshop. I don't have anything. Hegel, if you could please put in a word.
I only work here.
Um,
Please.
Professor Hegel just says, "Well, Vice, do it because you're badass and awesome. How about that for motivation?"
He makes compelling
You're
arguments.
bad at this.
I mean, if you want more than that, go talk to Professor Jurgenod. He's the one who struck a deal with you to begin with. We're just reporting on Titans that needs the slaying.
Gotcha.
So, Professor MacVender Fitzsmith starts talking kind of coyly, kind of putting a piece of paper over the desk and slowly pushing it towards you. Here's a list of all of the wyverns. Maybe take care of that, and we'll see you later. Bye. And he jumps off the table.
How many wyverns are there?
So, there is a bunch of wyverns. First, the one that Professor Jurgenod had initially told you about. This one here, where a new thingy showed up in map. Then, across the mountain range, there's a bunch of other wyverns for you to eventually go and deal with. Several wyvern lairs that I'm...
Layers?
Lairs, yes.
That means there's probably eggs.
Mm-hmm.
Which
Forbidden
means-
explosive eggs, yes.
Which means if we chuck an explosive at them, it will explode all of them and kill the adult wyvern. Yay.
Wyverns have layers, okay. Sorry.
Like ogres, yes.
Yes, thank you. Couldn't resist.
And ogres like onions.
Nobody likes wyvern, right? Perfect.
At this point, Professor Hegel also says, "Well, I think on top of, doing this because you're badass and awesome wardens, if you retrieve wyvern eggs, you can sell them at a very good price at the market in Mergen. I'm sure a lot of people would pay a lot of money for that."
That kinda seems wrong. But okay.
Well, I mean, what else are you gonna do with those eggs? Just leave them there to become more
Omelets.
wyverns? Well, you can do omelets, shoes. There you go. You say you can be resourceful. Just go over there, get a bunch of eggs for free, and do whatever you want with them.
Egg.
I wouldn't recommend eating wyvern omelets, though. But if you do,
No.
tell me what happens to you afterwards.
Have you heard about a wyvern omelet before?
Well,
He just is getting psychic emanations from the text chat, it's fine.
I did hear some stories about people making omelets out of wyvern eggs, but those are far-fetched stories from the Taiji Empire. I wouldn't believe what they say over there.
That's kinda racist. But okay.
Well, I mean, when you hear stories that a nobleman requested knights to go fetch a bunch of wyvern eggs just so they could have an omelet, you kind of get a little bit suspicious, but...
Well, if it's a noble, that makes sense because they support of their life. They would do anything like that to get... That makes sense.
Well, but still. Well, so how have you been going on with Morich? What with your sparing and such?
His way of sparing is annoying.
Well, there you go. You're gonna be facing wyverns. I'm sure that their way of sparing is also gonna be annoying, so at least you get some learning.
There is a difference. With wyverns I can fight like I want, but with him he specifically requests that I don't use blades on him. Because boo-hoo, I use fists to fight. That sure is going to kill wyverns. But okay.
Well, I don't know. But
Why didn't you take him with us on our wyvern hunting expedition?
you know,
He's only a new student.
he's a foreigner student, so, you know, go easy on him. I'm sure that the poor lad is still trying to learn all of the different customs that we have here in Hosenfell. You know what, Vice? Maybe one day you could. Whenever you finish your studies and your whole globe-trottling Titan hunting adventure, you can become a professor here at the Academy.
And tell your students how punching each other is stupid.
Are you getting paid for being a professor in academy? Or no?
Well, I am.
It's good to know that someone in academy is getting money at least.
Well, of course. We are
Those people who don't are not in danger and sit behind their desk and teaching people, but not people who actually go out and risk their life. But that's fine. That's fine.
Well, like
I've
I
seen
said,
more corrupt systems.
Like I said, you get to keep the eggs.
Egg.
That seems good enough for me. In any case, I need to go and fetch Dren again because we have stuff to talk about, so, you know, go on. Have at you and your sparring. And with that, Professor Higgle turns away and takes care of other things.
In my day, the friends you made along the way was all the reward people needed.
Those days are gone.
Yeah, with Pathfinder is all about the eggs and the experience.
Yes, all about poison egg.
All about the
And those-
experience, if you will.
Oh no. Oh no.
So,
You can just bite down a wyvern egg and kill yourself. That's an option.
so
It'll be free.
Yes.
what are your plans for Friday? Just more classes and such, or have you got something weird going on for today?
I don't think so.
Just classes and researching some things, alchemical shenanigans to help us with this, that, and the other.
Alright.
Poisons.
So, now all of your study bonus increases to +3 with this extra day of classes. And
I would like to recall some knowledge on the dwarf.
on dueling?
Yeah. Do I know him? Find out if I see anything about him in the books.
In the books, specifically. Give me a...
Well, I mean,
Ah, yes, and this
I
is the
have-
section where our students' personal lives are written out.
I have Solfac Kingdom knowledge. Does that help? He tried to throw me off the edge of a cliff.
He is a transfer student, so I don't think self-hack knowledge helps.
Yeah, no. You can go ahead and give me a society check, Wodak. Let's see where that goes.
All right.
Make this a secret check, by the
Do
way.
I get? Okay. Do I get a the bonus?
The study bonus? Oh boy, good question. Sure, let's say you do. It is academic related, I guess.
Not dying, academic, yes.
Students.
Alright.
Ah, it says here that you know everything, including his social security number. Strange.
And his mother's maiden name.
Oh, even you, Wildak, has called it
And
bonus.
his pet.
Nerd bonus.
I did.
Well,
Yes, he did in the previous time as well.
I'll have you know the nerd bonus is a +3, so I'm adjusting that.
Okay.
Yeah, just increased.
Sounds good.
With that roll, what do you know? Let me check the table here. So you try to look into the dwarf, and you know very little about him. So you start going around and asking people who know people to see what you can learn about him. To your surprise, Wildak, the information comes from none other than a friend of yours.
Okay.
Oh, Wildak, hi, I never talked to you before. How's it going?
Oh my god, it's Claire.
Oh no, it's
Is it
her.
Claire?
It is Claire.
No!
Well, hi, Claire. How are you? I heard that you didn't make your test. If you need any help studying or anything for the next one, I'll be happy to help you.
Oh, that would be so great of you, Wildak. That's so nice of you to offer. I'll totally take you up on that offer.
You can hear your friendship points with legs crumbling.
I mean,
I can-
it only means that she's a less of Alex's problem now.
But, I mean, you know, I don't like to butt into other people's lives just like that, but I'm kind of concerned about Lex. What with, Phineas is... I don't know, he looks menacing to me.
Oh, they're
Just-
both menacing.
He's just sitting there, menacingly.
I mean, I don't want to sound racist, so please do not take it the wrong way. But, both of them are from Linear, right?
No,
I
didn't
need to
they
know
were
what's
from
her
London.
favorite drink, and it's a pumpkin spice latte. I'm going to cry.
Oh god.
The people from Linear are kinda odd. They do things differently up there. They're a little bit more rude, I would say.
Certainly forceful. I mean, they almost threw me off the cliff.
Oh, I heard all about that. I mean, what was up with that? I mean, throwing people around?
I don't know.
Pulling a knife on
There
other
were
students?
people that were around. Yeah, and I was yelling all the time, and no one would come to help me.
I mean, no one wants to get in trouble with the exchange of students. They don't understand our customs here in Sofak, and if someone just, comes and starts doing weird things, you wait for them to calm down, take them aside and explain them that's not how things work in here. But I do think they went a little bit overboard, yeah, because pulling a knife on someone else outside of the range, that's just rude.
It's not only rude, it's dangerous.
Well, that too, yes. But I mean, I heard that Professor Branislav helped you.
He did. If he hadn't been there, I would be over the cliff.
And I mean, I assume that it's good that he was there. He's from Linear as well, or so I hear.
Yeah.
So it would make sense that he would know how to, take care of his own transfer students, but Well, I don't know much about them, but they do seem to have something against your friend, Knick-Knack.
Oh, they hate him. They absolutely hate him.
Well, I can try and find out more about them. See if I can learn what's going on, what's got them so riled up, and, I can try to run interference a little bit. If
Oh, okay. I mean, I think it has to do something with the gun that he has. One of them thinks that he took it off of another dwarf. I
Yeah.
don't remember. I don't remember at all.
Yeah, I heard Dueling said that he was going to avenge his brother, but, might be
Oh,
that he's just confusing Knick-Knack with some other kobold.
it could be. I mean, it could be. I don't know if even Knick-Knack knows where he got the gun.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, our memories, they all got wiped whenever we died.
Oh yes, I heard about that. I thought it was over by now.
No, I haven't recalled anything else.
Oh no. That is such a shame to hear. Well, I'll try and see what I can do. And I hope that you are available next week, because, the recovery exam is coming up on the 15th.
Yeah.
So, if you could help me a little bit here and there with some studying, some catching up,
I'll give it a try.
and also...
No,
Get you-
teacher wrong
get
is a
you back
joke.
up. No, I would never do that. That would be rude.
Oh, but also, I would like to learn more about...
Ask Branislav to shapeshift you into Claire and pass your exam for her.
No!
I think Branislav, quote unquote, wouldn't care and be like, okay!
Claire keeps on going. Well, I mean, it's the least I can do. If you're going to help me with the exams, then I can at least try and find out something about those lenient boys. And also, it'll be amazing to spend time with you some more, because, ever since the exam, I kind of got held back in class. I haven't had so much time to, talk with Lex anymore, and it'll be good to be able to, get a little bit, get closer again. That would be great.
I want to reconnect. Drifted apart.
Emotional damage.
And also,
Wait a minute.
I'm so curious. I've been dying to know. I never wanted to, just go and ask, because that might be a little bit rude, and some people don't like that. But I want to know everything about Vice. It's so mysterious. Tell me more. And she
Well, yeah.
and she just
Brother.
kind of hoards you for the rest of the day, trying to catch up some gossip about whatever you know about Vice as well.
It's rude to ask.
All right. I
Directly.
don't know much about Vice.
Good!
But Claire is very insistent, and she wants to know.
Well, I mean, I will tell her the things that I know about Vice. I mean, the general things. I mean, he fights. He uses a sword. He's been with the training with the wardens. I don't know what else to tell her.
Oh, come on! You boys cannot be that boring. You sleep in the same room. Clearly no more. Does he snore?
He has some weird
Ah.
fantasies going on, I'm telling you.
don't know. Does Vice snore?
So, Claire pretty much just kind of...
Probably.
That's a yes!
So Vice does. Yes, he snores. He snores something awful.
Oh, he does look like a heavy sleeper, yes. And the rest of the day, you you're not entirely sure that you're getting as much as you're giving to Claire out of this information exchange, but like it or not, this is your best solution at the moment to get more information
right.
about dueling and Phineas.
Well,
There's
but
always
I
going to be a deal with the devil.
do have a bit of information. I come back and I tell Knick-Knack that that Doolin thinks that you killed his brother. That's his big beef right there, and evidently that gun is his brother's gun. I have no idea, though. I don't remember it.
No,
Boy, I
be that
totally would
distinct.
have got Phineas out of that. And I know their names. There's their names.
I mean, as part of the bureau, Claire probably showed you things she shouldn't. Like, here's their academy card, and it's like their photos, their names.
Security passwords, everything.
But overall, Claire, despite everything, does seems to be a very good source of information when it comes to people.
Oh, well, there we go.
She's scary. Why?
And I have to help her with her exams next Friday.
You brought that upon yourself. I don't know. what to
Yeah,
tell you.
sorry, no pity for you.
So, the rest of Friday goes by, or 6th day goes by. Unless anyone is doing something weird or esoteric.
I don't know.
No.
I presume at some point I'll need to do something to learn things about the alchemy things, but beside that, no.
Alright. Furthermore, the day goes by, you all get a good night of sleep. And
Full hit points.
7th day comes by, the weekend. Everyone is at a very foul humor. Nobody seems particularly interested in going to classes on a 7th day. Nonetheless, some people are going to class on a 7th day. And I believe you were
But
going
we're
to...
not.
Yeah, you were going to Merging.
Yep.
Alright.
Yep.
On your way to Merging, Wildak, you are stopped in your tracks.
Oh no.
Oh no, not
Oh,
again!
no!
Being mugged.
They want you very badly.
If I see him coming, I'm running.
No, it's not Dueling nor Phineas. You are with the whole group this time around, and you are not so much stopped, but you are accompanied in your way down the cable car to Mergin by none other than Euron Vitalilis.
That's name.
Do I know who that is?
Oh, you absolutely know who that is. That's a character masked in the first session, in the first hour of the game. Is the head of the
Oh,
sanatorium.
the pilot! Oh, the
No.
sanatorium! That I haven't met. Yes,
Yeah, he
because you
was.
told me I hadn't met them.
You hadn't met him in
Um,
class, but you didn't meet him because he was the person who was there when,
You raised from the dead.
yeah, when you came back to life or when you woke up
Got
after
it.
everything. And he looks over at you and says, "Oh, Wildak, you are in my class, I believe."
Yes, Professor. Yes, yes.
Ah, wonderful. So, how have you been doing? How's been life treating you? Ever since ever.
It's been good in the sanatorium. I've been helping so many people.
Oh, that's great to hear. There's a lot of people who need help, ourselves included, we sanatorium people. Also, hello everyone else. Sorry, I'm going to throw myself into your group for right now, because, you know, the cable car is going down to Merging, and I might as well enjoy the trip together. Also, I hope you don't mind if we talk shop, but Wildak, I heard that you were doing some assignments, and I have one for you.
Oh my god.
Okay, because I just finished my last assignment.
Good. I have some things in mind, what with you being in a sanatorium, some things that would be interesting to learn in the treatment of patients and, you know, all that stuff. How are you enjoying learning with Svobjan? He's so helpful.
He's well overworked for sure. I think that you should get him some additional help. I mean, there's only Savron and myself that's in there, and she's not kind of up on the hands-on practice. I've been teaching her though everything that I know.
I'm sorry, Savron?
Isn't it Savron?
I don't remember anyone by that name in my class.
Sephiroth, yeah.
She's the Sanfordine.
Oh, Chauvin, yes.
Siobhan. I'm sorry, I got her name wrong.
If she has long and white hair, it doesn't mean that she's a villain.
Well,
I mean that she's Sephiroth.
I think that most Symphodines have white hair and horns, and they have that weird hinged mouth.
Yeah. I wouldn't call it weird, but sure, yeah, that's.
Oh no! That was me out of character. No, I would never say that.
Too late, you're racist now.
Oh, but Chauvin, she's not particularly there to learn how to be a medic. I mean, a hands-on medic like yourself. She's there to learn more about research, and I think she's looking to a... What was it? She said that her brother had some kind of problem, and she was trying to heal him.
Oh, okay.
Don't remember what the
she
problem
hasn't
was.
She hasn't mentioned anything about it. I've seen a few diseases in my day.
Oh, I'm surprised she hasn't. That was her whole pitch to get into the academy. Don't know if you met her brother. He's about-ish the same age as her. Looks kind of like her. I think he's
Likes biting people.
I think it's Maurice or something like that. His name.
Oh, I haven't run into him. But isn't that the person that you described that was in the Wardens?
Range.
The Range?
Well, I do know that he's going to the range to study, and
That must be him, yes. I think Wise has mentioned him.
I did not.
I don't think that Wise has mentioned him.
I cannot help but to feel sorry for them. What Chauvin
Why is
is...
that?
Well, Chauvin is just so... She's throwing everything she has into trying to find out what's going on with her brother. And her brother, what with this disease he has, I'm not entirely sure the details, but it does seem to be some kind of terminal problem, so to speak. And
All we know it spreads by biting
he
and
does...
punching.
He does seems to have a reckless behavior, and I don't think he thinks he's going to live that long, and I think he's just being reckless.
Oh no.
So, you know, they're so young. It's a shame to see people that young throw themselves into something like that, like they're being forced to do that. There's so many other things they could be doing. Oh well,
true.
but far be it from me to talk about the lives of others. Let's talk about your assignment, Wildak. Please roll me a d4.
Yes.
Chew.
It would be a 2.
Wildak, your new assignment. Ugh, this is a tricky one.
Oh no.
Part of my brain was going like, I'm going to give you something based on the sanatorium. No, never mind, you roll the value that makes you have a general assignment. Never mind.
No, that's 4. Your assignment is sanatorium related, but it's you have to heal 5 conditions or afflictions.
Oh, that's a hard
Alright.
one.
Well, it's a good thing we're getting poisoned soon.
It's a good heal, he says.
Wait to get poisoned.
Can't wait to die.
Right. However,
Oh,
Hey, we have an assignment for you. Resurrect someone.
as part of
it
completing
only cost 100 gold pieces.
your previous assignment was general. That was given to you by the temples, I believe.
That is correct.
You get the whole group gets experience out of that, but also
Yay.
apparently the sanatorium and the temples are kinda so close together that they're all managed in the same way, shape, or form. And Professor Vitalilis himself pays you the 10 golden crowns for completing your previous assignment.
Oh, okay. 10 crowns.
So 10 gold pieces to you, Wildek. And he just kinda has you in the car ride talking about assignments. And like it or not, the rest of you are subjected to this as well. But when you get
Help,
to
it's so
Mergen,
boring.
when you get to Mergen, the city is already bursting with life,
Bustling.
with
Boston.
it is bussy with life and a lot of merchants
Uh-huh.
everywhere.
Oh
And
no. Doug, why?
clearly, it could not be any different. There is a white dragonborn that is watching you all from a distance as you get there.
Why?
See?
The ones that was watching us before was
Yeah,
cool, no?
that would.
No, it was a different color.
Oh no,
was-
sorry, blue dragonborn. That's what I meant.
Right.
You know, you could just come and talk, stop being a creep, Jesus.
Is he just standing there?
Menacingly.
Always
God damn
there.
it.
He's not menacingly. He's just creepy standing there.
Like, what does he do on the days we don't
Malas!
come down? Oh no.
It's not creepily standing there. It does seem like he's talking to someone, like a nondescript person he's talking to very excitedly, but then at some point he just turns around to look at you all, and he crosses his arms, completely turns to face you and the person he was talking to. They just wander off. And
Well, I look back at him.
he keeps looking at all of you, and
And I keep looking at him.
you see
Just
that
kiss already.
at some point he does kind of lifts his hand and waves in a very, very flourishy, methodical way. It's not organic at all. It does seem like he's putting on an act as he waves. But that's all he does.
What does he do on days that we don't come down?
Wait for us to come down.
I don't know. Doing evil research, I bet.
So he's probably figured out we only really come down on the weekends, so I guess that probably saves him some time.
Yes.
So what are you doing?
I mean, he was working with the academy, if you remember.
Yeah, but they kicked him out for whatever reason.
Because no one agreed with his ways of dealing with titans.
So aren't we? We're going to the lady that conscripted us basically to get the information and bring her the fake information.
Ah, yes.
Yes. The official transcripts that we did for convenience sake.
They're totally true, yeah.
Totally factual information.
Also, I don't remember exactly what you said. Was it that you were making a translation, or were you making a copy also in Sylvan, and the copy that you made was...
No, I think we just made a copy in common.
Oh, okay.
And then we were going to...
A translation, quote
we
unquote.
we made a translation, quote unquote, and then we put the original back so that no one would know that we stole it.
Mm-hmm.
And then, and this is the part we don't mention, is by utter circumstance and coincidence unrelated to us, the entire place burnt down. So no one has the original. Except secretly we do have the original.
Alright. So you make your way to Castenball Manor. Once the the servants guards announce who you are, it takes you almost no time at all to be hailed up to the visitor's room where she's meeting you all. And this time around, all the four of you are there, I imagine, right?
Yes.
That is it.
Yes.
So two of you have not yet met Lady Castenbone. But she seems like a very regal, noble-like elven woman. She moves and talks with a lot of grace, but also a forceful way to, a boss-like way of someone who means business and is not here to waste time, so to speak. And once she gets there and sees all of you, indeed, she wastes no time at all in going, "So, I suppose you have information for me about my former business partner."
I look over
she's
at Nick
taking
Nack.
We did some digging. We found some notes. They were written in Sylvan, so we made a translation for your convenience. And because we wouldn't want anyone to know that we stole them, we then put them back where we went, wherever. Subtlety and whatnot.
Was that before or after everything burned down?
It burnt down?
Yes. It did burn down, yes. Knick-Knack, I need you to make me a deception check. Make it secret.
A secret one, yes. Make it safe. I hope I have some situational modifiers on the DC.
Or performance if you want, since you're trying to sell so hard that you knew nothing.
I'm better at lying.
Alright.
Oh, wait, that was public. God damn it.
Alright, erase that and roll again. In
Yep,
secret.
erasing, delete. Can't erase it until it rolls. Deception. Blind GM roll. Go.
Lie to me.
Like you mean it.
Tell me you believe every word you say.
She looks at you. Huh. So, you were kind enough to make notes for me. A copy, if you will.
Yes.
Yeah. I
We
could have
assumed
copied
you
it, and we wanted a copy so that the words. We wanted to make a copy so that there would be no evidence of our transgression, and it would make no sense to leave them in Sylvan. since we could translate it.
Well, alright. And she takes over the notes, she opens it up and starts reading. Kind of glancing over it, she snaps her finger and soon enough someone comes over. And she just hands them the notes and turns to them and says, make sure that the botanists have a look at that, and the druids too. Our druids. I want to make sure that all that is in there is correct. So, you did do what I asked.
Give money.
Well, you don't have to be so forward about it, Lex. I was getting to that part.
Alright.
You did do what I asked, but not how I asked.
Did you have any special condition? I don't remember them.
Well, I asked you to be... well, to make sure that nobody knew that you were there all along, and now someone knows that someone was there. What with the greenhouse having been, unfortunately, burned down.
Well, how can we change?
Well,
I'm not even going to argue that point.
there's nothing you need to change. I'm just going to pay you, and I would like very much to be able to work with capable individuals, but unfortunately you are not it. I do want to wash my hands clean of your lot, so I am going to do you a favor. So you don't think anyone owes anyone else anything. How does that sound?
What kind of favor are we talking?
A kind of favor where I tell you something you might want to know. That would come back to haunt you were you to not know it.
I know what you did last summer.
I am giving you free information.
Why?
Because, like I said, I want to wash my hand clean of this affair. So, if it does comes back to haunt you, as I think it will, you and I have never worked together. You and I are not cooperating with one another. You and I barely even know one another. So if something does comes to haunt you, I don't want it coming to haunt me in turn.
That's a deal. Alright.
It would have been so much easier to just make some kind of accident happen where all of you just vanished and you didn't need to bother with that anymore, but I think it's better to end things on a friendly term. So, thank you very much for your copy, for your work well done. My servants will have you rewarded 100 golden pieces on the exit, but also the favor I'm going to do is to let you know that they have found a discarded box in the regions around the farm. The discarded box they assume has come from the burnt greenhouse. And the discarded box is the only thing that remains from the burnt greenhouse. I'm sure that they're still trying to settle the whole how it got burned down, who caused it, what happened, but this discarded box is in their possession right now, and the people of Belden at some point might inquire with someone at the academy to use some form of divination magic to find who has handled this box. And it would be a shame if they were to find one of you to be responsible for having handled that box.
I see.
I think this is a more than fair favor to do to make sure that we don't ever work together again. And that, if anything comes to haunt you, you will forget that I exist.
Fair enough. It's a nice bonus.
Okay.
Very well then. Once again, thank you so much for what you have done. I'm sure that you all have a bright, brilliant future at the academy in front of you. Bye bye.
Bye. Get out of here.
And much like she said, as you exit the room, a servant comes to you and hands you 100 golden crowns in coin.
100 gold. Yeah.
That splits nicely. So that's 25 per person.
Is it per person or?
No, I think it's 100 full stop.
Yeah, it is 100 full stop. I believe that was the
25
agreement.
per person, okay.
25, yes.
I just need to remember which one of these is my inventory.
What do you mean?
All these icons without text. Okay, and once we leave and get paid, I chuck an alchemist's fire. No. I'm not chucking an alchemist's fire at her house. I wait until nightfall before I do that.
Yeah, please do not.
We
My
did all
calling
that
card at
for
this point.
25 gold? Yeah. Good scam. Didn't she promise us more? Am I misremembering?
She probably did, but
She didn't
we
promise more
fucked up.
money. She said that if you proved yourselves capable workers, that she might have more opportunities for you to work for her in the future.
Ah, okay.
Like, oh, if this whole Wordwood thing came to fruition in some way, shape, or form, she would keep you employed and let you know of new venture opportunities.
Well, I'm glad we're not working for her, but Knickknack, I'm really, 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 really nervous.
Are we outside yet? Can we talk?
Yeah, sure. You're outside the Castenball Manor. You're in fact you're outside of the whole castle district of Mergen.
I mean, it might do to have conversations of that matter in a more private area, but sure.
Yeah. I'm just telling you.
I think she knows we're fucking with her. Assange.
Well, it's too late to do anything about it.
I know, just saying. Also, she gave us that information solely to cover her ass because she assumes things are gonna get out of hand, and if we go and do anything about it before it happens, she's just, cutting herself out of the picture. Because if we get caught, we are more likely to rat her out, I guess. That's probably a line of thinking, right?
Or something.
Yup. So, might want to take care of that box.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's in the box? Evidence for jail.
That was the box that got taken outside that we left there when we got the notes out of it.
Yep.
Told you not to leave it there, but don't listen to me, I guess.
Well, it was more we forgot to go back for it. Since
Yeah,
we were
that's-
pretending to be good and then we decided to go to sleep.
Oh, yeah, yes. So,
That was fun.
I expected more gold, but yes.
Well, and now we don't have to work with her for more gold.
Assuming she doesn't have us killed. Because we gave her a fake,
We shall
I mean,
see.
I think as far as she's concerned, we're pretending that we didn't set the place on fire. I don't think she yet knows that we're fucking with her on the other level.
I think she's a bit suspicious, but
Well, I can't do anything about it. So anyway,
yeah. Just saying. Let's keep that in mind. All right, we got to make some time for box burning, I guess, or something like that.
Yeah, but the police have it.
Well,
Police.
The guards?
Yep, the guards.
You remember that man that came by and asked us questions while we were at the inn?
the detective, yes.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is we can still just go to the detective and rat her out and tell them a fake story about how she stole it and we saw it and she burned everything down. They're gonna believe us more than her, right?
no.
I know, I'm joking.
No.
Well,
Famous and well-connected lady, yes, I know, I'm joking.
well, all we need to do is quickly finish enough jobs to become level 5, which is not happening anytime soon. And then we learn long detection. And we'll be safe.
Oui.
I'm sorry, you'll learn
By
what?
we, you mean who?
I'm just saying things out of character that I'm investigating out of curiosity. Yeah, no, we're gonna have to murder someone.
Again.
Preferably a dwarf.
What's with him and his killing? That's why Nicknack has a taste for blood.
Actually, no, it's specifically not a divine spell.
Yeah.
So, Wheeldeck, eventually all of you, as you're thinking things through, you spend some time in town. Wheeldeck, you go and get yourself some potions, or rather antidotes,
Oh yeah.
which is fair enough. You can just easily buy them from the market.
Yep. 3 gold pieces each.
And I believe at this point you all have enough money to start making purchases.
Yep.
Yep.
Substantial purchases, that is.
I'm gonna buy 5 or something, yes.
I wanna have money to pay for my college.
In this economy?
The most unrealistic part of this game is being able to pay for college courses.
Yeah, college tuition. You don't need to pay for college, you just need to slay titans. A Sonic Elk and a Wyvern. One of the Wyverns.
Yes.
That is for this and next month, but after that.
Well, after
Well,
that,
hopefully after that we earn money.
or Lex keeps rolling super high on his persuasion checks.
Yeah, I have to do the assignment anyway, so that's perfect.
So, what are you guys doing now?
I'll be down for some elk slaying since we have time, but you know, that's just me.
Well, that's not happening today, and fortunately the elk is through a mountain. I think.
Hills, more so than anything. I mean, it will be a trek, but you can get there like tomorrow-ish. Let's see. It
What was
is
the elk's
40.
weakness again?
45 miles away.
Characters. Hands. Gotta go fast, elk. Oh my, he's so happy. Alright, he's evil and thus is weak to good.
Mm-hmm.
So we
Oh,
might
no.
want some
Weakness.
holy water. Oh no, he's weak to
Absolutely.
emotion.
What?
You guys
Not
should have
emotion.
gotten an antidote potion.
Yes, I see.
Hooray.
Alright.
I feel like I bought one. Wait.
I just gave you one.
Ah, thank you.
The elk has emotional damage.
Just one?
When you drink it, it's going to last for 6 hours. So we'll drink it before he goes into combat, and it basically gives you +2 on the save to resist the poison.
Ah, okay. I thought it was like curing an active poison. Okay.
Yeah, no, we don't have that. That's higher magics than what we've got.
Alright.
Yeah, just hope that your Eidolon doesn't get poisoned, because that will probably bypass your defenses.
Oh, please don't
Oops.
mention it. I already have a headache from this. 2 times the chance to get poisoned. Yay.
Well, make sure only one of you is in whatever. And tragically, the wyverns are all over the mountains, because I was really hoping that we could lead them to each other and they just murder each other. Yeah, we
On a
could.
full moon.
Yeah? Well, there's no way in hell we're getting to all of them in a full moon. Unfortunately. Yeah, if we want to take a hike and...
A problem of running away from a flying creature. Can we?
Probably not. I think it's fast. Yeah, do we want to take a walk and emotionally attack the sonic elk
The elk?
for massive damage?
Sure, let's give it a try.
No, it only has 20-foot speed, it's fine.
So you're
We just have to be back for Monday.
trekking through the wild side to get to the Sonic Elk's location, right?
Yep.
Yes.
So departing from Mergin, all the way over there will be some 44 miles, give or take. And I take it you're all going by foot.
Yeah.
Alright, it's the cheapest way to
Approximately. Yep.
travel. So, you are going to be doing a whole lot of travel. But that's fine. You can handle it. I hope. After packing your things, preparing yourself as best as you can, you depart eastward with the intent of going towards the area where the Sonic Elk has last been seen at. Or where you know it
Yep.
should be at. And you just start going. You get the things you think you will be needing to go that way, and off with you.
I'm surprised Wild Dog didn't heal us before the Sonic Elk, but okay.
You just didn't go
Were
to
you
bed.
not healed over the week?
No!
He
He
missed
only-
2 times sleeping. That's why.
Well,
He
nonetheless,
also
you
only
don't-
heals 2 hit points a day.
Yes.
and also you don't get there today. You have to stop at the end of a long day of travel, like halfway towards there, to camp during the night. Because we've been traveling the whole day.
Yay.
And now is when you can actually go around and do the hills if you want.
And spell preparation.
And spell
Yep, that's what
preparation.
I'm doing.
Sorry, jog my memory. What's important in this one with the elk?
Emotions.
Emotions.
And also anything that's lawful and good can affect it.
Oof. Not my cup of tea.
All right, you're the only one down, Wise. So I will try to
What's to
heal
see in the
Wise.
snow? It's relatively easy to hit, though, so... But boy, it has reach.
7 points.
Wow, you're using the one action heal on him.
Yeah, he wasn't down that much.
Oh, sure, but
Yep.
you're not in combat.
And now
yet,
I'm full. Yum yum.
so you could just go.
Nobody
with
else
it.
was down. I mean, I could have done the whole, but it's, yeah.
Oh, fair enough. So you heal Vice enough. You all double check your equipment, your items, your inventory, your spells, everything you need
Yep.
to fight the elk. And I believe that's what you're going to get to doing tomorrow, unless you have any other last minute preparation or banter you want to get through to the evening.
No.
Alright then. So, all of you go to bed in your camping whatevers. And I imagine everyone has like camping supplies, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Yes.
Alright.
Rations, bedrolls, salt, torch. Yes.
Yep.
Good.
There is a bedroll.
Good.
And soap.
Yes, there is soap.
Why are there like
5
5
remains.
minutes?
Yeah, all of you have used rations for the 2 days you've been on the road. So, the day goes by, and in the following day, wake up early to get the best of the walking and everything out of the way as soon as possible. But I'll need all of you to... No, all of you, no. I'll need 2 of you to give me a survival check, and 2 of you to give me a stealth check, once again.
Oh boy.
I
You
will
don't
do
want me
stealth.
doing stealth.
I
I'll
have
do
+1
survival.
in stealth.
I'll do survival. I actually got plus
All right.
points again.
Are we doing this secretly or obviously?
Openly. Actually, the survival... the survival can be open, but the stealth has to be secret.
Okay.
There we go.
Blind. Do some rolling.
I don't know. Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, the dice didn't roll at all, it just plopped there. So...
What number was in the dice that I rolled? Hmm?
-7.
No, that's not true. You cannot tell what number is on the dice.
So,
Well,
as you guys are walking, you do remember that... hopefully you do remember that the first time you had gotten there, you saw the Sonic Elk was when you were flying overhead, so through the ruins. Some ruins.
Right, we saw the glisten.
Yeah, you saw the bright shine underfoot. That was the Sonic Elk proper. However, seeing the ruins from up above is very different than being down there in the ground and navigating through those ruins yourselves. It is fairly large, kinda hard to find your way around all of those ruins. To the point that some of you think it's best to not necessarily split up, but you kind of get slightly a bit far apart from one another, just so you can cover a little bit more ground, but still like within eyesight of one another, within like range of one another. However, you're not as quiet as you think you are when you are walking through the ruins. All of you kind of start examining the ruins, the kind of overlooking some walls, looking around corners, trying to find where the Sonic Elk is precisely. until one of you kinda, unfortunately, has the bad luck of coming face to face with it before you even have a chance
Oh,
to
no.
properly react. I need to put Broadway in the map next to Lex,
Yes.
I imagine.
Please, yes.
And Rusty in the map next to Knick-Knack, I imagine. Also, I imagine that over the course of this week, Rusty has fully healed.
Oh yes, I would have spent
That-
time fixing him.
That's what you've been spending your days upon. So, as one of you turns around one of the corners in the ruins, you come face to face with the Sonic Elk, and whom that person is going to be determined right now.
Oh my god, don't be afraid.
It's Wildak!
Oh
So-
no.
1 is Lex, 2 is Knick-Knack, 3 is Vice, 4 is Wildak.
That rhymes.
3.
Oh my god! Can I
you.
take a point?
Shouldn't have said anything.
So, Vice, as soon as you come and look around a corner, you see the Sonic Elk right then and there, grazing on some grass. And then it looks up at you, it looks down at you, you look up at it, and immediately it feels like time stops as you're trying to ponder, what the absolute hell are you going to do?
Your father doesn't love you.
I
Emotional
bet you're
damage.
wondering. I bet you're wondering how I got into this situation.
None of you
Correct.
get
Yes.
any surprise turns or none of that nonsense, but you do get your roll for initiative, so please get that going.
Let's go.
I roll this funny number.
Yes, you roll an X. Whatever that is.
Female. What? No.
So everyone will get to go before the Sonic Elk, except for Knick-Knack.
It's not very fast.
I'm in danger.
Oh, so you should be able to see its hit points.
Yep.
There's only one of those in the map, so you should be good, but it hits hard, so be careful. So, Wildak, we're starting with you.
Yeah.
What the absolute heck are you doing?
What the absolute heck am I doing?
Casting Sanctuary on himself.
You are correct.
Wonderful. So that's 2 actions, you have 1 action remaining.
And I'm going to move. Sorry, I always have to look and see what my movement is.
Should be 20 or 25.
25. To there.
Alright. You did see where the Sonic Elk was before beginning, right?
Oh yes, I did.
Alright.
Oh,
See me hiding behind this little wall right here?
I do. I just want to look for something real fast, just to make my life a wee bit easier.
Okay.
Probably not gonna be here. I wanted to see if there was some kind of effect that it could drag onto your character sheet to put in, like, Sanctuary, but I don't think there is. We'll just have to
Yeah,
remember.
there isn't one. Yeah. Oh,
Alright.
trust me, I'll remember.
Vice, it's your turn. What are you doing?
Why Wildak escaped? Why he's there? Okay,
For this turn, I'd like to scream like a little bitch.
so
that's 3 actions.
I'll cast Long Strider on myself.
Alright. Oh, wow, that lasts for 8 hours.
Mm-hmm. I'm fast. And I will
Why is the elk planning his move? No, go away.
why Waldeck so far away?
Because I'm coming up behind the wall.
How high are those walls around there?
Yeah, let's come on behind the walls, Waldeck. Oh, that was my two action. Well, what's saying there is one action? No, it's two. Never mind, that's all. I don't have any actions left.
The walls are about 15 feet high.
So we
Including
cannot
the ones
shoot
that we
over
can
them,
see
right?
past.
Come again?
We can't like shoot stuff over them, right? They're too high.
Yeah, you cannot shoot over them.
Does that include these wall-like things that are floors that we can see through, or not?
Which things? Could you ping them, please?
Yep. I hate that the measurement tool is these things.
I think you just hold it down.
Wait, what?
The white lines on the ground that
Yeah,
aren't
those
obscuring
ones.
vision.
How big are those?
Oh, they should be obscuring vision. Why aren't they?
They're obscuring my vision.
They are for legs, but not for broad for some reason. I'm confused.
Oh, Broadway
Oh.
doesn't have vision set for him, sorry.
Ah,
Oh,
No,
I
he
can
does.
just... I can... Apparently I could just see past it while I didn't have anything selected. Okay.
I believe it's because someone
Austin?
else in your group has vision. I think it was
Yeah.
Broadway.
he gave it away.
Okay, that's
Broad.
why I'm getting confused.
Yeah, sorry.
So those walls are 15 feet high, right? There's no...
Every wall is 15 feet high.
Oh, clown world. Damn it.
I think this does it? No, I don't know. Maybe. Who knows?
Alright.
Yeah, we can't see what we could see.
Then I can just move once, right? No more extra stuff.
Come again?
You can move as many times as you have actions.
Okay, great.
It's just the other two use 2 of their actions on the spell.
Yeah.
Because you got to get that spell off.
That's 2 actions, and I'm looking if I have a long range spell.
That you can cast with 1 action.
Yeah. I could. No. I'll just gonna shield myself, I guess. In that case. Oh wait, let me move Broadway instead here, and then I'm gonna shield him. That's easier. My bad. I'll.
Sure thing. And his speed is 25.
35?
25.
Oh yeah, okay, that's the same for Lex, that's okay. Just gonna protect Broadway, and then let him move from instead of me. I was here, and that's my turn.
Okay.
One more down, then it's perfect. Okay, I'm done.
Alright. So, the Sonic Elk's turn begins. It being the silly thing that it is. Okay. It's going to move, but also hopping over the wall, which is not particularly challenging for it, what with its huge size, to hop over.
Oh no, it's graceful.
Oh no.
As one action. So his one action is the pounce. He strides and then strikes. And the strike is going to be against this here boy, Broadway.
Yeah.
The strike is going to be an antler strike. Wow, that misses.
Wow. He's that big.
Somehow. Yeah, he is big. He has reach.
Yep. Also, Longhorn.
Yeah, very long horn. So he
I
uses
mean-
his second action to try again, or will he though? Actually,
It only has an intelligence of 2.
Not very smart.
yeah, it's roaring. It's part of his
Rar XD.
Rar. It's part of his dominance display, so I'll need Vise, Broadway, and Rusty to make a will saving throw, please.
Oh look, it's one of my last saving throws.
Okay, Rusty is not immune to frightened. Will, that is...
Oh, we need
Something
to
he's
press
very good
wheel
at.
on the thing. Oops.
Yeah, it's on the chat.
Right.
Do we know how much it's needed to make this it?
Yes, we do.
It shows it's 15, I believe.
Oh yeah, okay. Wait, no, it doesn't show actually.
Yeah, it's not showing in
Yeah, it does.
chat, but it shows if you open the creature's character sheet. You have access to that.
Yeah.
Forgot about that. Yes.
So...
Thinking about re-rolling, I think I'm gonna use a hero point. I don't need to die first round.
Alright.
Let's see. 8 is only a failure. Success. That said, failure is pretty bad. Since it gets the free 9. Probably worth a... Heck it, I'll spend my other thing to re-roll this. And I'll click from the thing this time.
Alright.
Worth it.
Failure. Alright, so... Rusty, you're suffering... You're becoming frightened 1.
Yep.
Everyone is going to suffer this much damage, and Rusty is going to suffer this much plus 9. And this much is... 7.
Okay, so 7 plus 9 is 18. No, 16.
So...
Oof.
Vise and Lex, both of you suffer 7 points of sonic damage. Rusty suffers 16.
Why did Broad take 0 damage?
Because
And
you
that-
need to select
Because
yourself.
he doesn't have hit points.
That's one way to cheat the system, I guess. Yes.
Don't cheat the system, please.
Yes.
Makes my life harder.
My secret is not having hit points.
Can't die if you don't have hit points. Taps tempo.
Alright, that's its dominance display, which is the last of its actions. You cannot do that again for the next hour, so please defeat it before then. Knick-knack, you're up.
Okay, that was totally fine. Okay, so Rusty, my boy, is frightened. Does frightened prevent us from... Let's see.
Moving? No, doesn't.
Penalty to all of your checks and DCs.
Yeah, so it has
Okay.
a -1 on everything, and all of its DCs, including AC, which is a DC.
Yep. But that goes down at the end of the turn, so it's fine. Knick-knack is gonna... I guess... draw some bottled lightning as an action. And then... yes, draw. And... target. And yeet. No, he can't move. So yeah, he's just gonna yeet. Hits. Hooray.
Super
So
hits.
that is gonna take 3 lightning damage.
3.
And it is flat-footed.
What do you mean 3?
Sorry, it rolled a 3 plus 1. Takes 4 lightning damage.
Yep.
And is flat-footed in the next round.
Oh, interesting.
And then Rusty gonna see how far I can get him. I'm not gonna. Then again, this thing's already flat-footed, so flanking doesn't change anything.
Nope.
But he's gonna go over there, be as positionally inconvenient as possible, I guess. Or
What?
Sorry.
Why'd you move back?
I'm contemplating positions.
Ah,
Okay, can't move that much more interestingly. I'll move him over there. And then Rusty's gonna use an action to come on and slam.
Welcome to.
Yes, just that. So close! So
No.
close! Wait, 13, it's flat-footed, so -2. Oh, you haven't put the flat-footed effect on it. No, you have.
I have. Its AC is 14.
Its AC is normally 14.
No, it's 16.
It was 14 when I saw it before. Okay.
Yeah, it says 14 in his character sheet.
Because he's flat-footed.
So character sheet updates to whatever's going on.
Yeah.
That's what it said before combat as well, but sure. Not a problem. That is my turn then, I think. Yes.
Wildak.
Don't get too close. Oh yeah, you have Sanctuary, right? Yes.
Also, I believe that is a type of consumable.
It is.
Woldak moves to there and casts Bless.
Bless.
Hashtag blurst.
Blurs. That's a small
That'd
radius.
be mine. That's the start.
Alright. Vice.
It's me.
Uh-huh.
What do?
Walk here.
Apply
And then-
bless.
Remember to get your Bless effect.
And then that I get blessed. I'm gonna spell strike.
Nice.
Alright, and Rusty will lose frightened.
There you go.
So I strike first,
Go for it.
and then I roll. That's
A hit.
exactly what I needed. And then I'm going to put the spell in, and the spell, since I can, is going to be this spell.
Hit him.
Alright. Holy shit.
Zap.
18
Nice.
points.
Wow, so
Well, that's the first spell, actual spell I put into casting instead of using cantrips.
Cantrip. I
Yes.
forgot that Shock and Grasp is a cantrip.
it's not a
Shocking Grasp
cantrip, it's
is not a cantrip. This is the first time I actually put a spell in. Because before that I was putting cantrips in.
Damn, that's a shitload of damage. Good on you.
That's
That
what
was
I
a
do, and that's
tasty
the
roll.
only thing I should do.
Is that your whole turn?
Yes, I cannot do more.
Okay.
Yeah, he moved and spell struck.
Lex.
Alright. I'm doing the 2-for-1 where Broadway does a 2-action thing and where he uses Forbidding Ward and who's gonna get hit? I think Wise probably. He's gonna need that. I'm gonna buff Wise with that. No, I can't drag this on him for some reason. Interesting.
You can't.
Players have to pull it on themselves.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can't condition a character sheet you don't own.
Then put it on yourself, please. Wise. Yes. And one extra action from the thingy I get is to move Lex a bit closer. Stay around here, and then I have one action left, which I will use to I'll just move Broadway into the blast and smash range, I guess. He should be able to hit him from diagonally, right? On the corner.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. That's my turn.
And be sure to drag
done.
bless
Yes,
onto it.
yes. I'm done.
Okay. Now is the Sonic Elk's turn. It's still flat-footed. But that
Yep.
doesn't mean much. It is going to target Vice initially.
But of course.
Aha!
And is going to unleash a antler attack at you, Vice.
Yay. I love antlers.
Holy shit.
But it missed.
Why can't I ever hit anything or anyone? Ugh.
Plus fucking 10.
There's too much space between those big antlers. He keeps missing people.
Apparently. It is going to try again. Fuck it.
But of course. No, don't do that. Aha!
Ah!
Misses again, and lastly it's going to...
Cry. That's your emotional damage. You didn't deal damage to anyone.
Oh. Yes, sure, I take it.
It doesn't quite as much cries, but it shakes its head severely.
It's disappointed in itself.
And as it shakes its head, you can see that
It
its
takes
antlers
5
start
points of damage.
the antlers they start to vibrate and shine, and these vibrations, they almost feel tangible and visible, and then it shakes its head incredibly in a singular snap motion towards Knick-Knack,
Oh no. I'm in danger.
but misses.
Critically missed.
It critically misses.
The little bitch. And
It feedbacks and makes its head explode.
Knick-Knack, you're up.
Okay, Mr. Deer Pants.
Pants?
Got him.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I want to... Jesus, flat-footed until my turn or until the end of my turn?
The end of your turn.
So I get the benefit of having lightning bit on my next lightning. I can't wait to get quick draw because good god. Yeah, I'm gonna spend my 2 actions making a electronic yeet.
Yeet.
Shoot.
Alright, you miss. Roll me a d10, please.
That was a d6.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Just add 4.
I decided to roll damage. Okay. Sure. I think my brain melted.
Alright,
Let's
you
delete
hit
that.
this here corner, or rather this here direction, misses but doesn't catches any of your fellow party mates, but it does suffer still 1 splash damage
Yep.
of electric damage.
Yeah. I have to look in my inventory to find out what these things do.
And
On a hit, yeah. Okay. And then Rusty, my boy, is gonna...
it's Chaboy.
Your boy.
Yeah, boy.
Actually, I think I can probably get away with only giving... No, I can't give him one action a turn. I can only give him 2. So I'm going to have him attack twice.
Alright, go for it.
Rusty, please.
Misses.
Rusty, why? Stop. No!
Very bad.
Hit him!
He double misses.
Critical
Yeah.
miss.
That was a very productive turn.
No longer flat-footed. Alright. Wildak.
I'm going to treat wounds using battle medicine on Weiss.
Alright, go for it.
And it's a 14, right? That's the first one.
Yeah, 14.
I didn't bring my chart. Because it's going to keep telling me 15 for some reason.
Well, because the macro works differently.
Oh my
25.
god.
Yeah, it is a critical success on your medicine check, so Vice does heal for 25 hit points.
I just needed 7.
That's fine.
You store them for
Now,
later.
am I correct? Am I correct that if I heal Broadway, it will heal Lex?
Yes, we have 1 health pool. Yes.
Yeah, but I
Right.
don't know exactly how healing Broadway would work by the rules, so I'm just going to say yes.
If
Alright.
it's like an AoE and I take damage on both fronts, I take double the damage. If it misses one and just hits the other, it's 1 times of damage. So it basically counts
I
like an
am-
extension.
Healing Broadway.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't Broadway undead?
No, he's
No.
not dead.
Hold on.
He's
You
a
get
spirit,
15
but...
Hold on. Is
What
battle
is this creature
medicine?
type?
Hold on. Is battle medicine one single action?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So yeah, Broadway / Lex, you heal 15 hit points,
Alright, I'm full health.
and that's your turn.
It is a level 1 action.
Wonderful.
Here we go.
Okay. Next up is Vice.
He still has his own action. He can do what he wants.
No, he used 2 actions for heal.
Did
And you have... never mind, yes.
and I did 3 actions.
So I do the basic, I teleport in one place
Mhm.
thing. I would teleport to Broadway's place, but... Well, he wasn't there, but he's there now.
You teleport 1 centimeter to the
Sorry.
side.
I just stand on place and I do the attack, because that's how it works.
Uh-huh.
So that one would miss, but that's
Misses.
fine. I don't need to hit for my spell strike to recharge, because I'm going to do a spell strike.
Alright.
Ah!
That will miss.
I may use a hero point.
Go for it.
Ooh.
Aha!
That will hit. Roll damage.
Here's damage for a sword, and then I have to use a cantrip, and because I'm basic beach, it would be produce flame.
There you go. For
Yay!
5 points of flame
That
damage.
was so low, but at least I can do dimensional assault one more time.
Sweet.
Can you?
I have a focus pool of 2. Yes, I can.
Oh my dog.
He can't do it this turn, but...
I could, but why would... No. Yeah,
No,
dimensional
you-
assault is 1 action.
And Spell Strike is 2 actions.
Yes, but if I do the dimensional assault 2 times, I could do it 2 times in 1 turn.
Yes.
That's your turn, right?
Yes.
Lex, you're up.
Yes, I'm gonna cast Boost Eidolon and Yes, finally it works. Great. That was one action, and then I'm gonna do the 2s1, where Broadway uses 1 for an attack, and Lex does a 2-action spell, but I'm gonna do the attack first.
Go for it. Don't forget your target.
Targeting and melee strike. He has blast, he is boosted, he's in his lane, flourishing. Let's go for a strike.
That hits.
Let's go. No! Damn it.
You deal that much damage.
And then I'm gonna use with my remaining 2 actions telekinetic projectile on this deer elk. Sorry.
All right.
There's no difference, right? Let me check.
Not for this boy.
Not for this.
The wyvern would
Alright.
be weak to piercing.
Let's do piercing then. Go for attack, right?
Yeah. Attack first, and if you hit, then damage.
Yes. No.
But he missed.
Nice.
It's fine. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, that's your turn. Now for the
Now
Sonic
it's the
Elk.
elk.
Unfortunately, Vice is be right back, but I'm targeting him. Anyways,
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh no.
he keeps on attacking the elk, so the elk is going to attack him. First with his antlers. Is he though? Hold on. Yeah, he is. First with his antlers, an attack on Vice.
Oh no.
Thank
Oh
you.
That's a
no.
crit.
I finally hit. So Vice is going to suffer this much damage.
11.
30.
Oh, 32.
Oh no,
Holy
he's
And
smokes.
he's dead.
And he also uses his reverb action to cause yet another 5. So Vice suffers 37
7.
points of damage total. He's knocked down.
But I got up again.
He'll be back.
He's currently dying 1. With its second action, the Sonic Elk is going to target the next person who has damaged it, that being Lex.
No, I missed.
He
I mean Broadway.
was it Broadway?
Yeah, I completely missed with Lex. Yes, he slapped it around.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yep.
He then turns around
Please, Broadway has more hit points.
to Broadway
Sorry, AC.
and tries to antler it at it.
Pierce me, daddy. What?
Misses, but then it doesn't stop there and tries again with yet another antler strike. Ooh,
Ah!
almost for 20. But nay. It misses. After unleashing a wild barrage of attacks, it can't quite do it. And that's its turn. Knick-knack, you're up.
Okay. Yes. Knick-knack's gonna run around. No, there. Fuck it, I'm gonna.
Why is Broadway talking in Yas?
I mean,
He's doing Yas speak.
is he?
I mean, seems like.
I in my head he sounds like some himbo. I don't know.
In your head, he sounds like he speaks in cursive.
I mean, yes.
Okay, fuck it. Let's fire out the missiles.
Just gotta be a way
Please
to
hit
fuck
this
it.
time, please.
Missiles? You have missiles?
Technically, come on. That was on 16. You little shit, you. Anyway, Okay, that's my 2 actions. Rusty's turn. He is going to try rending.
Oh, he hits. Would you look at that?
Hooray!
He's flanked
Damage.
with Broadway.
Yay! So much damage.
Rends him for 4. And that second strike hits. Roll for damage. 7. Nice.
That's my turn.
Alright. Wildak.
See if we can bring Weiss up.
Mm-hmm.
$14.
Where's that 25 hit points when you need it?
Vise, are you
I'm
there?
back.
Okay.
Yes.
Vice-
What's happened?
You died.
Instantly.
You were hit by a crit for 30-something damage.
Ah, nice.
But Woldak has been nice and has healed you for 14.
Yep.
I have one more action, and I say, "Oh, Pasperon, please let Weiss hit this thing next time."
Pasperon, guide this boy.
I guess I
Guide
was
him
dying
to
here.
hitting. You were dying.
You were dying.
And no,
yes.
you're not.
As one
Now
was
you're
But I
right
got
there,
you.
so I can-
prone. Now you're prone, but not unconscious, and you still have bless and the spirit thing, and you have guidance.
Yep.
And that's my turn.
Visor down on the ground.
So you see, there is no rule for you cannot use dimensional soul while you're flat-footed. So I'm going to teleport.
Sure. You teleport to a standing position.
Yes, I teleport to a standing position with an attack.
Mm-hmm.
I'll allow it.
You're not a DM, shush!
Okay, let's put it this way. I'd allow it.
He did do that when you were fighting the plant in the dungeon.
I cannot have both bless and guidance, my friend Valdak.
You should.
They
be
do
able
not
to.
stack.
Yeah, they
They have
don't
the same
stack
bonus.
their status bonus.
They're both
Oh!
divine bonuses, I think.
Keep-
The cleric didn't know that. Could I throw it on Broadway instead?
Sure.
Yes.
Broadway is
you
also
have
blessed.
Yeah, bro.
Oh well, never mind.
I mean, you can guide Rusty or Knick-Knack. They
There we
are
go.
within range. No, Knick-Knack.
Yeah,
is
do
not.
it.
There we go.
Do it on
Rusty
somebody else.
gets some guidance.
He needs it. He keeps missing.
He hit the past 2 turns.
Oh,
did.
you missed then. Okay, sorry.
I hit him.
You
Yes.
did.
Yeah, I certainly would have liked to hit him with my stunning liquid.
Pasperon, guide this
But
robot.
alas.
Guide this
But now,
robot.
it's time for the spell strike, because it recharged.
Luke, you've deactivated your targeting computer.
Oh, Pasperon, let someone guide this hit, because I cannot be... That's a 20.
There you
Leave
go.
elk from somebody else too. Damn it.
A dirty one, but at 20 nonetheless.
3D.
Feel free
That's
to
a slash, and then this a damage.
So 16 points of damage total.
Yes.
Oh heck, you
No.
Yet again!
slay the
We'll
Sonic Elk.
steal.
Guys, I feel like I'm kidding everyone.
I mean,
good.
that's kind of your job as the melee fighter that also casts spells while he's melee fighting. Oh, right,
Have you
we're
killed
in
a
combat,
Titan
that's why I
before?
can't.
Or I'm the
We killed
Titan
her.
killer while you're still just here?
All right,
I
come here,
think you
Weiss,
are,
and let
yeah.
me treat wounds on you.
So the Sonic
Now,
Elk
now
is...
does
Yes?
is battle medicine different than treat wounds?
Yes.
Okay, so I can treat wounds on him.
Yes.
Very good.
Can we move?
No.
Yes, you're not in combat anymore.
There we go.
Thank you. Let me try to soothe Wise then. He needs it.
I mean, I also have a free potion. So.
You paid for it, so it's not free.
No, it's a free potion. I'm an alchemist.
There you go. 11 back.
Aww. I'll let me do the last damage.
I miss 1 HP, but that can be recovered by
Perfect.
sleeping.
No, that's my job. Yet.
Okay. He's wounded there. I don't think I'm wounded anymore. I'm
No.
overhealed again.
Yeah, you're not wounded anymore as part of treat wounds.
I could not see my own token there.
Yeah, you need more conditions on your...
More stickers.
So,
I'm going to robotically treat wounds Rusty.
you all slay this Sonic Elk. It's a challenge, but you manage to overcome it.
Yay.
As the Titan Slayers that you are, that you be. And considering the amount of levels above you that it is, you get that many experience points. Plus a bonus for researching it, but not a bonus for exploiting weaknesses.
Yep. We unfortunately could not figure out how to emotionally damage it.
No, I did say that its father didn't like it. Love it.
God damn it.
You can't say that.
That's
Look at that
emotional.
blood traveling.
In any case,
It's a lie.
all of you kinda easily dispatch the Sonic Elk. Seems to be a well thought out challenge for your level, and indeed, you cleared a danger that might have been a danger to other people in other places at other times, but for now, it won't be anymore. No class assignments have been completed.
Nope.
Not as of yet. But
No. I was hoping to... Actually, I can't use that now because we're out of combat.
hoping to.
Wait a minute. Did I remove some conditions on Wise because I brought him back from unconscious?
You removed so many conditions from him.
Well, yeah, because when you're dying, technically you're also prone, blinded, flat-footed, unconscious. That's a shitload of conditions. But when you treat wounds, you remove the wounded condition.
Yeah,
well,
which then removes the other ones.
But I did remove one condition, right?
Yes, you did remove the wounded condition. Slash
I
affliction.
think
Dying and wounded.
Yeah, because he did heal you. So there's sort of the same condition depending. It's a bit weird.
Well,
I'll go with that.
wounded is an actual condition, so we'll go with that one.
Yeah, dying turns into wounded.
So, after defeating the elk, all that's left now is to return to the academy and report this Titan you have defeated. Clearly, Professor Jurgenard is going to be happy with you.
We need a trophy or something.
With this and that.
That's the dragon souls we've been eating.
Well, it's not necessarily a dragon soul; it's a Titan soul that kind of flies out of the vaporized body of the Sonic Elk and flies into you as you absorb it.
Should we look around the area and see if anything might happen to be lying about from prior victims?
Sure. Why the
There
hell
was a
not?
There was supposed to be a tower around here.
Yeah, we went to the tower before.
No, not that tower.
No, there's no towers in here. There wasn't ever any tower here. But sure, you all can make a secret perception check to see if you find...
I guess it was sort of this structure-y thing, I guess.
Yeah.
Secret
Perception.
There we go. Perception.
Yep.
Oh, right, perception's over here. I will never remember that.
Please.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
It's the one thing you have got going on. Vice, can you make a secret perception check, or are you away?
I can.
Thank you.
And
You
remember
should.
that I have that.
What do your halfling eyes see?
Well, there's no concealed or invisible creatures around.
Right. I just, in case.
Okay, just in case. So... Knick-Knack, can you please roll me a d20? Okay, you find 2 golden crowns
Yay, shiny.
worth of stuff that other victims have left around. You get the sense that most people had a mind of avoiding this place altogether. The few people who didn't have been torn to pieces, and the people who have, or whatever remains you have found around that haven't been consumed or what have you, amounts to the equivalent of 2 golden pieces worth of loot in a little
Got it.
coinage, bracelets, little jewelry that is broken, rusted, and disfigured. All of that is worth 2 gold pieces. Nobody else finds anything else.
And shiny knickknacks.
Is that where the name comes from?
Yes.
Oh my dog. In any case, you have found and done all there is to find and do. In the hills over there, you have cleared yet another Titan lair of its Titan. And now all that's left is to, like I said, return to the academy and report on your success. But we'll get to that next time around on Wyrm Flight, because for now it is 6 in the evening and I'm hungry. So
For elk.
So thank you guys so very much for sticking around and watching some more Wyrm Flight. Hope you all enjoyed. Sorry for the delay to getting back to this game. It's been weeks, but I have also been sick for weeks. But now things are getting back on track. So
Yay.
thank you all for appreciating, thank you all for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful remainder of a week until next week when we get 2 more games. So bye-bye everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.